Right, it is 6 o'clock. We will call this meeting to order. All right, perfect timing. Would you please call the roll.
President Holt,
Present.
Vice President Wedge,
Present.
Clerk Frickler, present. Trustee Grigsby,
Present.
Trustee Ross, present.
Is there any public comment on the closed session agenda items? Okay. Seeing as there is none, we will recess the closed session and come back in at 7 o'clock.
The host just ended language interpretation. Okay. Oh, he probably has to add it for both of us at the same time or something. Oh.
late. Are you good, Director Peters? Okay, so we went a little over to try to let everyone filter into the room here and get those cards filled out. So we are now reconvening an open session. And so Vice President Wedge, if you wouldn't mind, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, thank you. And
Chairs up here.
so moving to item 5B, no action was taken in closed session. And then moving to item 5C, I move that we approve tonight's agenda.
I will second that.
And all in favor?
Aye.
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 And those opposed? Okay. Folks, if you wouldn't mind, can you try to stay around that? I don't want folks people getting behind us on.
How far, like where would you like us to stop?
Interim Superintendent, are you okay with people staying behind you? Okay, so just
Thank you.
behind her, but not past the line, please. Thank you. Okay,
You want to make sure everybody gets in there, so if they need to move over a little so more people can get in, that's okay. with
I'm
you?
sure we can try to fit it in over here, but I don't want anybody behind the table. Thank you. So, item 6 then, annual organization of the board. Moving, it is
Each year, the governing board shall hold an annual organizational meeting. In any year which a regular election of district board members is conducted, the organizational meeting shall be held within 15 days following the second Friday in December. During all other years, a meeting may be held on any date in December, but no later than December 20th.
moving to item 6A then, the selection of officers. And first will be for the position of president.
Prior to that, this is trustee Brickler or clerk Brickler. And I don't know if we can take action on this tonight, but I just wanted to point out again that we kind of somewhat hastily added the vice president position
So
back in
actually-
2020.
So on that notion, on that note, thank you. That's actually something we discussed this summer. And so even though we put it on tonight's agenda, that was something we discussed when we went through our governance handbook, and we were going to be removing that position effective tonight. So the only two positions that we will be deciding on will be the president of the board and the clerk of the board. Thank you for that.
Sure. Well, I would like to nominate an individual to serve as president of the Board of Trustees. Trustee Ross is the trustee that you are most likely to see in our schools working directly with students. She is also the trustee who has most recently earned her master's degree in education and is most well-versed and most up-to-date in terms of educational best practices and educational policy. And I wish to nominate her for the role of president.
I guess I will second that on behalf of our community.
And all in favor?
Aye.
And those opposed? Nay.
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 All right, after that, I would like to make a motion. This last year has been very challenging for us as a board. We've gone through a lot of from closing schools and remodeling to a K-8 district. And I think Greg Holt as president has navigated the district very well through that. And I would like to make a motion and nominate Greg Holt as the president.
I'll second that.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
And I will move that we nominate Renee Grigsby as clerk of the Board of Trustees.
And I will second that.
And all in favor? Aye.
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 And those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All right. So now we need to move things around a little bit. If you would please hand your,
Since they already, I'm sorry, since you guys already, did your strategic plan.
Thank
for
you.
the Vice President, if you guys need to vote on that before we do all the.
I don't think so. That was part of the strategic plan and we had it in the summer. So moving to 6B, appointment of the secretary of the board. Administration recommends the Board of Trustees appoint Michelle Lucci Garcia as secretary of the board. And I move that we appoint Michelle Lucci Garcia as secretary of the board.
I'll second that.
All right, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Moving to item 6C, approval of draft schedule of regular board meetings for 2024. Look at that again.
The Board of Trustees shall establish meeting dates, times, and places for January through December of 2024.
And the schedule as recommended is essentially the same here, looking at the second Wednesday of every month. And I move that we approve the draft schedule of regular board meetings for 2024.
I second that.
And all in favor? Aye.
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 And those opposed?
Nay.
Sorry, Jason. Moving to item 6D, approval of resolution authorizing signatures.
Board bylaw 9100 states the Board of Trustees shall hold their annual organization meeting within the time prescribed by law. As per that bylaw, the Board of Trustees will authorize district officials as those who are authorized to sign district documents. Those officials are Michelle Lucci Garcia, the interim superintendent, and Heather Leslie, chief business officer.
And I approve that we approve the resolution authorizing the signatories.
I'll second.
And as it's a resolution,
I'll take roll call. President Holt,
I
trustee Wedge,
Aye.
trustee Brickler,
Aye.
clerk Grigsby, aye. And trustee Ross. I wanted to say Jane, I
Aye.
apologize.
Okay, I'll take it. Aye. So it's
and item 7, our special presentation from the Student Support Department.
Kelly Young will be delivering her report on her Department of Student Support.
Thank you, everyone, for showing up for my presentation tonight. And I point this at you, right? Okay, that's the end. That's okay. Okay. Good evening, President Holt, trustees, staff, and guests. My name is Kelly Young, and I am the Director of the Student Support Department. This evening, my intent is to share information with you about our department. The Student Support Department provides multiple services to students, staff, and families. The areas displayed are just some of the many services that we provide. Oh, thank you. As you know, our department provides services to our students with disabilities. And as a result of not meeting target areas for our students with disabilities, we are in what is called Compliance and Improvement Monitoring, another acronym, CIM. The process was started last spring and has resulted in a plan developed with the input of Compliance and Improvement Monitoring team members, which was made up of principals, special education, general education teachers, and school psychologists to address the two areas that are the most critical to our improvement. These two areas are correct and timely completion of IEPs and to reduce suspension rates of our students who are diagnosed with emotional disturbance. This plan, highlighting the actionable steps we are taking to improve in these areas, has been submitted to the California Department of Education, and a progress monitoring report is required to be completed every 6 months to show our growth. And those were our fishbone diagrams to get to the root causes of the issues that we were talking about. And then actually, I'm going to stay on that one. Sorry, I had part 2. And then last spring, the board approved a special education program specialist position to support our students with disabilities and the staff who serve them. Having this position has been critical to support the work we are doing with compliance issues. In addition to compliance issues, the program specialist is working with staff and students to provide support for student academic needs and to achieve growth on their goals. Okay, multi-tiered systems of support, which is MTSS, focuses on academics, behavior, and social emotional progress of our students. This is an overview of the social emotional supports that are available to our students and families as a part of our MTSS support system. These support systems are there to ensure our students and families are able to access help when needed. Thanks. Concerning the Placer County Office of Education Wellness Centers, we have been advised that the grant with PCOE is anticipated to continue in the 24-25 school year. I look forward to continuing to partner with PCOE to provide positive behavior development and promote student engagement. And for the academic portion of MTSS and AUSD, students who are struggling are identified and given the academic support needed to make growth. Progress monitoring of these academic supports are in place with specific dedicated time and staff to address student needs in core content areas. And for the behavior strand of MTSS in our district, we have positive behavioral interventions and supports, PBIS. We continue to partner with our PBIS trainer and program manager, Rafael Rodriguez, to support our district. Our shared goal for PBIS is to sustain the practices that have been put in place. This is accomplished through strengthening our district leadership team and focusing on the fidelity of implementation at the district level. Continued focus on PBIS systems at the site level is ongoing and will be especially important to provide continuity to students and staff with sites transitioning to the TK8 model next year. Thank you very much.
Anybody have any questions before we let her sit down? Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, moving to item 8. This is public comment on items that are not on tonight's agenda. So if you have something that's not on tonight's agenda, we'd like to hear from you. 3 minutes per comment, and will be limited to 7 speakers. At that time, any additional public comment will roll to the end of tonight's meeting.
Okay. We'll go ahead and start with Sarah Hudspeth.
And one moment, just and one final note, if someone starts getting onto an agenda item on tonight's topic, I am gonna ask you to sit down and save it for the agenda item. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Board of Trustees. I have been a teacher in this district for 7 years, and I'm here to speak tonight because I'm mad. In our classes, we use a district adopted curriculum called Toolbox. This helps them to manage difficult emotions. And I would like to take this opportunity to tell you about some of the tools that I have been using, and I think you could use as well. First off, I've been using the listening tools. I have listened to members of this board use hurtful words to belittle teaching staff and disregard our concerns. I have also listened while these same board members say that teachers and staff need to trust the board and leadership through another very difficult transition. I think it's time for the board to use their listening tools to hear us when we say that this is not the right time to make this change. The board needs to use their listening tool to hear other options, other plans, and what the community is saying they want. The next tool I have been using is the empathy tool. While meeting
and talking with my students, families, and peers. Our hearts are broken at the thought of being displaced again. The air of uncertainty weighs heavy on our thoughts and doing untold damage to our children who thrive under consistency. I urge the board to use the empathy tool to understand how the people who are affected by your decisions are feeling and how they will be impacted. The board has claimed that they are making hard decisions. The decisions being made are not difficult. It's not difficult to make decisions based on incomplete information. It's not hard to decide without looking at all the angles. It's difficult to admit that a decision was made too quickly. It's difficult to change your mind based on new information. And it's difficult to put your own feelings and opinions aside to hear what the community you serve actually wants. I ask you now to make the hard decision to reverse the decision to move to TK8 next year. Give us time to heal and give us time to plan. Then let us revisit this with a clear and unified plan that we can move forward with together.
Teresa Zaro.
Oh, where's the timer? Is it right behind? Right back there. Kind of hard to see. So just start waving your arms. Oh, thanks. Good evening. I'm Teresa Zaro with my monthly 2 cents. Thank you, board and superintendent, for hearing me. Tonight, I wanted to sound the alarm regarding Trustee Wedge's anti-union comments at last month's board meeting. It was really disturbing to hear, and I hope that it ends up in the meeting minutes so that it can be on public record. At that public meeting, Wedge suggested we break from the California Teachers Association and our local teachers union, and instead align with a group called the California Parents Union. Don't be fooled by the facade of the words parents and union in that group's name. It is neither a labor union, nor does it represent a majority of our state's millions of parents. I gotta say, my initial reaction when he made that comment was deeply personal. My dad was a member of the CTA, and he raised me and went on to be an educator through most of his career. And I've never in my life heard a school board member openly speak against a teachers union as a whole. That's like a new phenomenon that is really devastating. We're not even talking about specific bargaining demands or specific teachers that you might take issue with, but we're actually talking about unraveling the whole union. I don't know. I think President Holt, as a student of history, you must know that our nation was built on the backs of labor. Labor unions were fought for with American lives, literally. We know these stories. Growing up in California, we learned the story of Cesar Chavez. We hopefully read The Grapes of Wrath in high school. I think that if we didn't have labor unions, maybe I wouldn't be here tonight because my son would be headed to work in the mines tomorrow instead of going to school. They're of critical importance to like the integrity of our nation. So to speak out against it, I think should not be tolerated. So for that reason, I ask the district and specifically our superintendent to make a clear and public statement in support of the continued existence of a teachers union at AUSD. Until we, the voting public, can kind of sort this out at the polls, we need the district to protect us from this hollowing out of our community that is being attempted. Thank you.
Kirsten Badisher.
Hello, I am a former employee here. I am a parent and I am a community member constituent in the city of Auburn. And I just wanted to get up here and voice my dissatisfaction, major dissatisfaction with the behavior of this board. At our last board meeting, I was surprised and disappointed in multiple people on this board's behavior. Jason, I was shocked to hear you say that you just don't have time to visit our sites. How can you not have time to visit our sites? I get that we all have demands on our time, but you chose this. You chose to run for board. And yet you're telling us you don't have time. And I know we can't all visit the sites as much as some of our board members do. But to tell them that, sorry, I'm a working person, single income family, I can't visit them. I'm sorry. That was just appalling to hear. Greg, your defensiveness was just unacceptable. I get where you were coming from with the defensiveness, but the fact that you reacted the way you did was not okay behavior. It's not a good example for our children. It's not a good example for our community, and it certainly is not how adults on a board of education should act. As a whole, this board is unprofessional, divisive, and has a distinct lack of understanding of our community. Your actions at meetings, your lack of presence at sites, and your attitude regarding difficult votes make us a laughing stock in this community. You need to get your act together and do what is truly best for our students. It affects my kids. It affects most of your children. They're in our schools. So you really need to get your act together. Thank you.
Myra Lurch. Am I saying that right? Lurch? Oh, yeah.
Good evening. Good evening, Board of Education. My name is Myra Lurch. I'm a grandmother of 2 children, one of whom is currently at E.B. Kane, one who was there previously. I also was a teacher at a community college for students with disabilities. I know very personally their stories, and I encourage you, most importantly, to consider the wide spectrum of people who may not be represented, who just somehow don't have the voice. And I encourage you to hear their voices and to look into their backgrounds, consider their families and the community and how they interact. Thank you very much.
Ryan Batacher.
Is this thing on? Okay. Hello, my name is Ryan. I'm a 7th grader at AVK Middle School. I'm here tonight to talk about the actions that the board have recently taken. I'm very disappointed in the shift to K-8 because it means I will probably be separated from my friends and programs that I like. I also do not want to go to school with younger kids because I feel like older kids will have a very bad influence on the younger kids. Right now, bullying is a really big problem in middle school, and I can't imagine what would happen with little kids either bullying other little kids or 8th graders bullying kindergartners. I'm even sadder that the board would even consider rescinding the diversity, inclusion, and equity statement because it means that no matter what
Excuse me, Ryan.
what
If you would please save that for the agenda item. If you have other issues you'd like to discuss that are not on tonight's agenda, please continue.
I find that very disrespectful that you just denied me from saying the rest of my statement.
Well, then please have a seat. If you have something else that's
I-
not on tonight's
I would-
agenda.
I would
please
also
continue.
like to talk about how free out of the out of the 5 board members are shitty. Okay? I'm saying this. And it's Greg, Jason, and maybe Raheen a bit, but mainly Greg and Wedge. You guys have no respect or understanding of anyone in the school district. You do not care, and the only thing that you care about is what your influence and what your thing matters for your jobs. Greg is a Republican and he works for Republican stuff as well, and Jason is also a Christian, and most people here know the thing where you have to in when the other school districts where you had to start like voicing if you like they have to go tell your parents if you want to be called a different thing. It was put into place by Jason. He is Christian. Christian beliefs are affecting how just stuff happens. You guys may not believe it, but I know politics. And the only thing that I'm saying is that you guys don't know what the fuck you're doing. Thank you. And Greg Holt and Wedge, you guys suck. Bye.
Michael Woodley.
Good evening, board. Thanks for having me. Buenas noches. Good evening. My name is Mike Woodley. Me llamo Maestro Woodley. Yo he enseñado en este distrito por 3 años. I've taught in this district for 3 years. This is year 16 overall. I am also the athletic director over there, and so I'd like to speak to a few things that were said about the transition for athletic programs from the TK8 model to the comprehensive middle school program, excuse me. It was said that Faisal would be open arms. Faisal would be open arms in 3 years. And so the understanding is that if you do transition to the TK8 models, E.V. Kane will still be allowed to participate in the Faisal League, but Auburn Elementary, Skyridge would have to go through a clearing process of 3 years. So that would kind of be a 3-year buffer. That might be something to think about as kids in Placer really love sports. And we all know that we love sports in general as well. And so to kind of assert that that would be a real quick, easy transition to Faisal, that would not be the case. I just spoke with the league commissioner, Kevin Edmondson, today, and it is not as easy as it was made to appear to be. And so I would like to speak to that. Currently, we have a pretty strong, robust athletic program over at the school. We have many teachers on campus who coach as well. We are competitive with the schools of Rockland, Roseville, Granite Bay, Lincoln. And so we might be the smallest school within the Faisal League, but we are really, really, really competitive at this point. The dilution of athletic talent, the separating of the schools and kids being forced to go to their same schools of their place of where they live, that will most certainly affect our athletic program. Yearly, we spend $23,000 to $27,000 on athletic stipends at E.V. Kane. I'm not sure if that's been factored in with the 3 athletic programs being offered. As was stated, equitable, the same types of athletic programs would be in place, the same type of academic enrichment courses would be in place as well. I just don't know if you factored in that money, because $23,000 to $27,000 a year annually. We have, I want to say, 16 teams over at the school, 7th and 8th grade level. Not sure if that was factored into the decision making there. Last thing I'd like to talk about before I'm shut off is the idea of imploding E.V. Kane. We at E.V. Kane believe we are the bridge where the avenues of Alta Vista, Rock Creek, Auburn, Skyridge, and many other elementary schools come together in hopes of integrating these populations from different parts of our community to be one. We feel this decision will isolate pockets of communities of color. It will keep affluent affluent white South Auburn segregated from other parts of the community. We really feel this is a detriment because
Ms.
we at
Woodley,
EV
we are
Kane
at
take our
time.
job beyond seriously. We are the people who lead this group of young people across that bridge together. We bring them from separate
We are at time.
cultures. We bring them together and we acculturate them,
You're at time.
walk across that bridge together, and Placer High School benefits from that. Please don't take that opportunity away from us. Thank you for your time.
That concludes general public comment.
Thank you. All right, moving to item 9 and with association comments, starting with AUTA.
Board members and interim superintendent Lucci Garcia. We've finally made it into December. We still have a few classrooms that do not have water faucets that work. The bigger issue right now is trying to teach a kindergarten classroom at Auburn. The teacher and her students were displaced due to mold in a wall. So for a week and a half, they were put on the stage in the cafeteria with all of her students. While the work was being done, it was noted that there was more mold that was found and needed to be fixed. Here we are in December 13th, and they are still working on the wall. The work started over Thanksgiving, and the issue was brought up to maintenance last spring about the wall. Students missed out on precious academic time due to the loss of their classroom. This seems to be an ongoing concern with the maintenance department, getting work done in a timely manner and communication when that work is done. Parents and community members recently. We had a great turnout. Many people needed a safe place to ask questions, voice concerns, and speak without being criticized or falling on deaf ears. Some valid concerns were the TK8 transition with no actual plan and no actual fiscal the cost of this huge change in AUSD. Transparent and accurate communication from the district to families and the board interactions are less than respectable or responsible for being elected officials. I can't even believe that we are having an action item to rescind the DEI statement. This is absolutely ridiculous, and it is a blatant, black abuse of power. Take something that staff worked on for the betterment of our district and community is atrocious. We already know Mr. Holt does not believe in equity. Mr. Wedge's campaign states, create a diverse and educationally rich environment and curriculum to serve all students by merging ideas from the community, parents, students, and teachers. Ms. Grizzly has not weighed in on this issue publicly yet, but she does work for Placer Food Bank. Placer Food Bank has a DEI statement. Placer Food Bank is committed to promoting diversity, equity, inclusion in our organization. We believe that a diverse and inclusive team is essential for our success. We are dedicated to fostering a work environment where all employees feel valued, respected, and supported. You need to come out publicly with your views on DEI, because if you do not believe in it, Mr. Wedge, you lied in your campaign. And Ms. Grigsby, if you do not believe in DEI, you have no business working at the food bank. Please share with us. We would really like to know where you stand on this. Our top universities, including Stanford, Harvard, and Dartmouth College, offer courses in diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as offer a commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion council that informs their board on decisions, as well as house University Office of Equity, Diversity, Inclusion, and Belonging. The top companies in America today, including Facebook, Google, and Uber, have jobs that include global DEI industry leaders. Program managed research, diversity, equity, and inclusion. There are over 19,000 Google jobs in the US, linked anywhere from New York to Utah to Texas and Sacramento. There will be quadruple that by the time our students and children enter the workforce. AUTA is formally going on record opposing AUSD board action on item 12C to rescind the DEI policy. This policy served to provide our district guidance in determining goals and investing valuable resources for our students. Eliminating this policy is outside of the local control accountability plan. Legal requirements, which include goals already set by local stakeholders, are approved by class or county Office of Education. AUSD would need to go back to local stakeholders to change their LCAP. If the board votes to eliminate this policy, the district may be jeopardizing state and federal funding. Our school board must continue to adhere to state and federal laws in order to receive the funding our students rely on. We do care because this money provides resources for our students. If the board does approve this decision, let it be clear for the record that AUTA will work with local community stakeholders to file a uniform complaint with the CDE and demand to bargain over the impact and effects of this decision that will be created on our bargaining unit members and students teaching in these learning conditions. You are making decisions that affect the students of our district. But Mr. Holt and Mr. Wedge and other district staff attended the California School Board Association conference in San Francisco and missed work. But none of you have stepped foot on our campuses this year. In solidarity, Sarah Liebert, AUTA President.
All right, and 9B, if we have CSEA here with us this evening. All right. All right, gone. Okay. Moving to item 10 then, comments from the board and superintendent, starting with the superintendent.
I would like to let the board and the community know that the California dashboard is set to be released on Friday, December 15th. So the 22-23 California dashboard does report out on how our district is doing in the 8 state priorities. So please, if you have some time this weekend, go to CA dashboard and look up Auburn and take a look at how we're doing on our priorities, and come on back next January, because I will be reporting out how our student groups are doing and such to the board.
Thank you. I just had the opportunity to attend the report to the general conference. And it really was a great opportunity to learn from other student members, administrators, and educators from across the state. It was a really great opportunity. So I just turned it off then instead of turning it on. So this is President Holt. I was just saying that I did have the opportunity to attend the California School Board Association's annual conference. It was really a great opportunity to learn from other school board members, administrators, educators, and to be able to share ideas, hear kind of common concerns and issues that are facing school boards across the state. It was really humbling, and it was a good reminder that we're not alone in the sorts of issues that we're facing in this district, particularly declining enrollment, consolidation of schools. That was a popular topic. I think there was a couple of sessions on it, and I spoke to numerous other board members from across the state about those same sorts of issues that they're facing. I'd also like to take a moment to remind the board that in our governance handbook, we did agree that it's best practice to notify the superintendent when we're visiting a school site in our capacity as a trustee. According to that handbook that we adopted, we also agreed not to request information from staff members beyond that which would be provided to any member of the public. And those staff members are directed to relay those requests to their supervisor, who in turn will relay them to the superintendent. So we shouldn't be trying to force staff members into that uncomfortable position of saying no to us or providing information to us they wouldn't provide the public. And then it's just an uncomfortable position that we shouldn't be putting people in. So I appreciate everybody's help on keeping that up. And then I think we can just move right on down if anybody else His comments?
Yes, trustee Wedge. I too had a great experience visiting at the California School Board Association. It was, a lot of great breakout sessions, but I was just really amazed just how many other trustees up and down the state that able to build relationships with, dealing with a lot of the same issues in our district as well too. And so I look forward to more of those communications and as we deal with the issues in our district. Other districts have gone through it and are currently going through it, and we can definitely offer some support back and forth. And also, I want to make a comment on I attended the Festival of Lights last Saturday. Actually, I came back from the conference and took a little nap, went right to the Festival of Lights, and I was really impressed to see the schools. Just really, the marching bands just really, representing for Auburn. And one highlight of that was so my two boys when the Sky Ridge Dance Club came by, they was singing my boys' favorite song, "Light of Christmas" by Toby Mac. And my boys, they call that the Hot Cocoa song, and their eyes were just lit up. It's like, oh, look, it's the Hot Cocoa song. So good job, Sky Ridge, and you really put a huge smile on my boy's face that night. Thank you.
Trustee Brickler, I wanted to comment on the Hometown Heroes event, which was at EV Kane this past week, and just what an outstanding community event it was. I don't know that I'll get everyone involved. I want to make sure I get all the parties involved. The service club is part of that. Leadership, I saw PTC representation. I know that the event was supported by a number of community organizations, including, I want to call out Sue Thompson of Hometown Realtors was one of the supporters, in addition to numerous service clubs. And the EV Kane students were honoring first responders generally, but in particular firefighters this time was my understanding. And just what a great model our students are to the community, and just how much I enjoyed how positive the event was. And you can't help, I need to also, Miss Paris is here, and I'm just, I'm so grateful that a lot of the events that began under her leadership, that the school is working really collaboratively with her as a retiree to find ways to continue things like the Renaissance Fair and the Hometown Heroes event. And every time I see the EV Kane band performing at the Festival of Lights, or I attend the Hometown Heroes event, I'm just filled with questions about how we will sustain these sort of efforts that we are known for in the community, and how we can try to problem solve and find ways to continue these positive community engagement events under a TK8 model, and how that's going to look different with 3 different schools. I understand we've been hearing from some families, and I was also under the impression that we may receive an update at this meeting regarding the proposed attendance boundaries. And maybe I need to make this a new request, but I think that a lot of us are waiting kind of in bated breath to see how our families will be affected by the attendance boundary changes for next year. And so I'm wondering if there might be a way. I understand that we'll be able to talk about them, that there might be a presentation or information in January, but I'm asking that there is a way, if there's a way to share those in advance for public feedback and review prior to them coming to the board. I think we're all kind of anxiously waiting to see what will happen with those boundary changes. I want to announce that I will not be seeking reelection. I'm serving a 4-year term. This is the beginning of my final year as a trustee, and I'm only bringing this up because I'm hopeful that some of the energized community members in the crowd will consider running. We need you, and you have a year to start planning. And I love serving as a part of the district's team, and think it's really valuable and important work. but I am dragging my 2 children along with me, and it's likely they're going to be at a 3rd school in 3 years. And it's just been too much. It's just been kind of unfortunate timing. So, okay, I'll turn it over to the next trustee.
This is Clerk Grigsby. I wanted to say absolutely the Hometown Heroes was phenomenal. I was so happy that we were able to do it, that we appreciated and valued the hard work that goes into the community and everybody that is working towards the same safe values. And it was an amazing event. I was so glad that I was able to make it. And I also wanted to mention that Sky Ridge actually has a new drop off process, and I'm really excited about that. I noticed, especially when I was dropping off and picking up, and in different times, there was interesting moments with a lot of different cars. And so I'm glad that there's a process. I've noticed not only a lot more staff in the morning there, and that's great. And I actually got to say thank you to them this morning. I keep on trying to get their attention every morning, and it was so cute. And I actually stood with them and said thank you. Also on that note, the holiday grams, I apologize. I think they're calling it Christmas grams, but I don't remember. The 5th grade students are raising money for Camp Augusta. And I also apologize. I don't know what Auburn Elementary is doing for fundraisers, but I actually had some really great ideas for fundraisers, and I did actually add to the Christmas grams. So especially if Auburn Elementary wants any suggestions, my mom brain was going like crazy this week. And also I did actually get some prizes for each school, little poppets or whatnot for the stores, student stores. So hopefully the students really enjoy that. And thank you again. I absolutely, the Hometown Heroes was phenomenal, and it was wonderful. I'm sure that the wreaths around across America is going to be great too. I can't wait.
Hello, Trustee Ross. I had the pleasure of starting Sky Ridge Drama last week, as well as drama at Auburn Elementary, and it's been phenomenal. And I can tell you, I had an experience with this one little child as I was talking to 50 students, telling them to please sit down. One student comes up to me and says, "I'm going on stage." I said, "Hold on a second. I'm going now." Hold on. You have 50 students over here. I had another student come up to me, "Miss Ross, Miss Ross, Miss Ross, Miss Ross." Then this child runs off, right? It's myself, runs, "Mary, Mary." And I'm calling Mary to come out. She comes and assists with one student. I'm still working with 50 students while this one's tapping my shoulder saying, "J. Ross," this one's climbing a pole, this one's doing someone else, this one's fidgeting. And all I had to do was give them each the attention that they needed. And this is what our teachers continue to do. Sky Ridge is so different than Auburn Elementary. E.V. Kane is even more dynamic. And our teachers continue to give each child what they need. And that, my friends, is the definition of equity. And you can take an equity statement away, but you cannot take our equity lens away, because we see, and how we see is how we treat each other and our students. And I can't be more proud of our teachers and more proud of our families for coming together and giving our students what they need. I am so grateful to be a part of this community right here. And the more you organize and the more you come together in unity, the better chance we have of seeing our community vision come to life. So I also want to remind us to not lose sight of all the emotions that are pouring out right now, because this triggers us in different ways. And not to lose sight that we still have a vision that we have to attain. And though I have not quite seen a plan, not from our board or from our district, you can help us with that. Because no matter what, it seems we are moving forward. And if we do not move forward with the plan, where will we end up? So please, as a community, continue to come together. Please visualize what our future looks like, because we don't know.
So help us.
All right, this is President Holt again. Moving to item 11, our consent agenda. Does anybody have anything they'd like to pull?
Trustee Brickler, I'd like to pull item E.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that anyone would like to pull this evening? All right, seeing none, I move that we approve tonight's consent agenda with item E pulled.
I'll second.
And all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? All right, seeing none, motion carries. Okay.
Okay, regarding item E, we heard a public comment this evening that I think deserves attention. Ms. Zarro had pointed out the fact that there was a very specific statement that was made by at the time Vice President Wedge regarding unions, and it's not reflected in the meeting minutes. And so I'm asking that there be just a brief amendment to try to summarize the comment. So I move that we approve the board meeting minutes with that addition.
And do you have a suggestion?
I would defer to staff because they can, I mean, I can go back to YouTube or we can go back and review. I can provide a suggestion at a later time. That would be helpful.
If we're okay with deferring to staff, then.
That's my wish.
Sure. So you have a motion to add, make sure that we put Trustee Wedge's comments in there, reflecting his personal statement at last month's board meeting. So.
All right, I will go ahead and second that motion.
All right, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? All right, seeing none, that carries. Okay, moving to item 12A, approval of the first interim budget update. And I need to get into the habit of it. Is there any public comment on the budget update before we get to that?
There's no public comment.
Okay, thank you.
I do my best.
This is Interim Superintendent Lucci Garcia. Twice a year, school district governing boards are required to certify regarding the district's ability to meet their financial obligations for the remainder of the year and for the subsequent 2 fiscal years. There are 3 different certifications of financial condition: positive, qualified, or negative. CBO Heather Leslie will deliver a presentation to the board.
Good evening, President Holt, members of the board. I am here this evening to go over our first interim report. And for those in the room maybe that haven't had the pleasure of sitting through a lot of these budget reports before, the first interim is kind of a snapshot. So the school board adopts a budget every year at, prior to, I guess, the beginning of the school year. So usually by the end of June. And that is kind of our base of what we use. Then we report in a first interim in December and a second interim in March. And that really is just kind of a snapshot, like where are we at? Like where did we land as opposed to where we started out from? And just to kind of give us an idea of where we're going, this allows us as staff really to take that time to make any adjustments that might be necessary to any budget line items and to get an overall picture of where maybe the state is going as far as funding, as we essentially chase our tails to try and find when the state is going to come forward with that. So this will be our first interim. So in the large packet, you will notice there are columns that do say changes to adopted budget. So that's where we start seeing what we actually adopted, where we're currently sitting, and what the differences are. So some of the changes since we originally adopted, I wanted to line out here. So we've had the board action that went through to remove currently standing vacancies. Previously, we were not allowed to, by the County Office of Education, to include those in our savings figures for this particular fiscal year for 23-24. Because the board did adopt those changes, we have been able to include them in the current year, which allowed us to save a little bit of money on that end, which is fantastic. In addition to that, by taking the action for the grade reconfiguration, the estimated savings that we had at that point, we are able to capture in 24-25. So that's why we see those figures coming in the next fiscal year. Every year we are funded in many things with our unduplicated student count. This year has been a year where we're kind of getting back to what we'd like to think are more accurate numbers. As the board may recall, especially two of our long-sitting members, during COVID, they enacted a lot of things, and one of those was universal meals. What that meant is where we would retain income verification forms from our families, should they qualify for free or reduced meals. That would essentially count to the state of California as to what our part of what our unduplicated count was. Without having to collect those, districts were flailing. And I know that we have discussed that in times before. It's been kind of statewide. How do we start making sure that we're actually counting all of our unduplicated students? This year, we were able to over the last couple of years, educate. Last year was a big push for education for our families, not only for, making sure that they've putting in their income surveys, but if we have English language learners, if we have unhoused students, kind of trying to break that stigma so they're recognized so that we're able to get the appropriate funding to address those students' needs. So this year we went from 799 unduplicated students prior year to 970. So we had about a 171 student increase. Before anyone gets concerned, we have already performed an internal audit randomly to just make sure we pull students that were counted. Do we actually have the auditable backup paperwork for that? And so far, this is holding. Those of us with history in the district know that this is probably a little bit closer to an accurate count. The difference with this is it's going to start really increasing our supplemental and concentration funding that we address in our LCAP process. So while we start to see a little bit of an uptick this year, we are funded on a 3-year rolling cycle of percentages. So while this year our percentage went up really high by 1 year, it's just included in that 3-year average. So by the time we get out to 25-26, we start to really see those average numbers kick up because our percentage becomes so high. This, of course, is barring, as I always say, as long as things stay stable with that approximately, we can anticipate seeing higher funding for supplemental and concentration in out years. In addition to that, we were using estimated numbers or enrollment projections with our adopted budget. Our enrollment date of October 6th statewide has occurred. Right now, we're going through the certification process. We're seeing a 0.09 increase in enrollment. So while that is so much less than 1%, it's not negative, which we have been for many years. And while we're still seeing large declines in our 6th and 8th grade enrollment, holistically, we are seeing that slight increase. And as such, those things are now able to be woven into our projections for the next out years. As far as revenues are concerned, and as we kind of talked about, our supplemental and concentration funding has gone up slightly from our original budget predictions because of our increased count of unduplicated students. As far as local revenues, interest is still high. So while we've always predicted to have lower interest incomes in our cash and county, which we do earn income credit on, those were very small and were very negligible. And so we just continued to book them very small, kind of thinking that this bubble would break. So far, the interest is remaining high and we're not seeing a change on that yet. So we've gone ahead and booked interest to what we received approximately last year, which is going to increase those interest incomes. We have a slight uptick in developer fees, which I found interesting as there are no large building going on, but we do have a few areas of construction, including one small development over in our Sky Ridge attendance area. Our beginning fund balance, which is a big key, as you guys may recall, because we had a couple of audit findings, that beginning balance was reduced. Even after our audit and the County Office of Education went through, they found that we didn't need to reduce by those audit findings. So they essentially cleared our audit findings for us. So we were able to add back in money to our 22-23 budget, which upped our beginning balance. You'll also see some budgeted increase to anticipated title fund programs. This is again because of our unduplicated count. So we take that estimation of per student funding, and because we saw that uptick, we wanted to make sure that we included that as well. And again, of course, title program increases are heavily restricted funding, which wouldn't be part of our general unrestricted fund. As far as larger changes in expenditures, our certificate and classified salaries, we have had some additional overtime. We have wanted to budget a little bit more for extra assignments and substitute costs. So we had them in the original budget, but a much lower amount because we were starting to see that we had some positions that still haven't been filled. We're requesting overtime from, per se, our child nutrition staff or our maintenance staff. We start to see some increases in those times as well. Services and operating expenditures. In both categories, we have seen an increase. As with everybody else, we do have an increase in cost of service all across the board. Anything that we touch, the cost is going up. In addition to that, we had our fingers crossed that by first interim, we might have some more positions filled, especially for our special education paraprofessionals and other ones that we are using contractors for. And while we have seen a few more hires, we're still having to budget a little bit more for those contractors. Our health and welfare benefits kicked up a little bit, which, it's more of a general fund expenditure, but I'm also really happy to report that we seem to have a few more employees that are taking advantage of our health and welfare benefits, which is fantastic. That, of course, they have a cap of what we provide to them, but we still provide that cap of money towards the cost of their health and welfare benefits. So that just increases that a little bit. Rentals, leases, and repairs. Maintenance department, as we continue to fix things, any repairs, this is leases of anything. So this can be equipment, we leased copiers, we lease all kinds of things. So those have gone up as well. So what does the cost of living increase really mean for our district as we sit? So as you know, we have a statewide approved and fully funded, as of this point, an 8.22% cost of living adjustment from the state of California. Now, what that means is they add that to what they give out in state grants or local control funding formula grants. Now, what that means to us and many districts that are in a declining enrollment situation is that we don't actually net an 8.22% right across the board on everything that we already had. So what we really have to look at is financially on our end in the business office is what did we really have as unrestricted local control funds previously, meaning taking out supplemental and concentration funds because those are tied to the LCAP. So while they fall in that general fund bucket, they really are restricted to what's in that plan. And what we intend to receive this year, considering our numbers. So right now we're sitting at an additional funding of about $99,000 or an increase of 0.63%. So we're actually less than 1% additional funding from prior year. The other great news that comes out of the state of California is, as you may recall, and what you'll see in this first interim budget, is we had cost of living increase projections for 24-25 and 25-26. What the state of California is finding, as we talked about when those tax receipts come in, which I had concerns that they may not even fully fund the 8.22 cost of living increase, is they're now projecting that instead of a 3.94 cost of living increase for next fiscal year, they're projecting approximately a 1% cost of living. So we're reverting back to prior to COVID, when we used to get really excited when we had a 2% cost of living adjustment. We're starting to see that normalize now. The recommendation from the state of California and also from our county office was to prepare this first interim budget with the previously projected cost of living increases, and then also provide scenarios for the lesser ones. So you'll notice in your budget packet, we actually have a 1% scenario, and we have some of those outlined in red as to what that would mean to both possibly deficit spending and also to ending fund balance. So you can see that while in the actual first interim budget, as we requested to do, we have those higher cost of living increases. Should the state actually go forward with our adopted budget for the state in January, or at least the May revise, we're looking at, instead of having an increase to fund balance in 24-25, we're looking at actually dipping back into deficit spending with a lesser LCFF revenue and unassigned fund balance of 1.4 million. In 25-26, they're projecting 2.5% cost of living increase. Because this is the same year that we're going to see that really big hike in supplemental and concentration funding, it actually gives us, I don't want to say false, but in a way, an increase of fund balance, which looks really good. It looks like we're going to have almost $1 million increase in fund balance, but it's really important to remember that while we have that, a lot of those funds are actually tacked to our LCAP spending. So it's really important as we get into those years and start looking at as a majority of our available funding, we're going to tip into having it be in supplemental concentration, that our LCAP goals and priorities really reflect that. Just a reminder, I know you saw this slide last time. Minimum wage increases are still going on. So January 1st coming up, the state will move to $16 an hour. This does not include the $20 an hour caveat for fast food workers that we'll also be battling as we hire staff. But in January 1st, 2025, we're going to $16.50, and this is the minimum wage increase that will once again impact our classified salary schedule, which is something that we faced in last year and the year prior. So this is where we're going to start working probably in the next calendar year with our classified bargaining partners to make sure that we're approaching the salary schedule effectively so that we don't see that same compression that we saw when we really had to readjust it. I know I've talked a lot about supplemental concentration, but really it's going to be a huge part of our budget as we go into the next couple of years. So I just wanted to give you guys a peek, because as you start looking at the assignments of funding, I have put in as an assignment of funding in our fund balance for additional supplemental and concentration dollars that aren't budgeted and possible rollover monies. We will see rollover, and this is where it gets confusing. We're still seeing all of our stuff come through from 22-23 LCAP. We're already in 23-24, and now we're planning for 24-25. So really, I'm dealing with financials of rollover from 22-23, having to wrap them into an LCAP budget that's already approved and budgeted out. And then what does that look like as we go into 24-25 and plan? So as Superintendent Lucci Garcia starts working on LCAP planning, those rollover monies are ones that she's going to be looking at as well. So I did want to make sure those assignments were made so that we understand that we have them, but we have to tie them to an LCAP plan. So you'll see those in 23-24 at the end as we have rollover and the additional funding that wasn't budgeted because we have to budget it based on our LCAP plan. And then in 24-25, and then the big money in 25-26. And of course, with cost of living adjustments, those will alter as well. And we had this question kind of come up earlier, what happens when we spend fund balance? And I just want to make sure everybody is really understanding this. Every year we look at what it looks like as we come in from what we take in as our income, just like a checking account, and what we take out in expenses. That gives us a net of what we're left over with. So if you're thinking about your checkbook, that would be, I got my paycheck in, I had to pay all these bills, here's what I'm left with. The fund balance really, in a way, operates more like a savings account. At one point you had an excess, and this kind of fell to the bottom, and this becomes your savings, and let's just say you transfer it out automatically. But annually, if you're still expending over what you bring in, you're going to have a structural deficit in your budget, which is what Auburn Union experienced for a couple of decades. It's a structural deficit. You see there's continual deficit spending, budget over budget, at least once sometime in that 3-year projection. Now, while our first interim right now does not show a structural deficit at all, with the changes the state is discussing for next fiscal year and their cost of living adjustments, that could change us back into having a deficit, but a 1-year deficit, which is great. It means we're not structural at this point. But if we start spending from that fund balance, we're taking away money that we're only going to have one time. So that's not going to refill unless we start seeing less expenditures, more revenues. So once we see that at the bottom, it's really important that we look at it as one-time funding or things that we can utilize for technology replacements, which we have an assignment for, curriculum adoptions, things of that nature. If they're planned expenses and we know they're happening, then we as a staff and you as a board can feel comfortable. We know we're going to spend this one time. It might put us into deficit spending, but we know that we have enough fund balance to carry us and have our reserves, and we don't have a structural deficit year over year. However, if we go ahead and look at those fund balances, which they have previously as ongoing funds, you end up expending them out. And then that's when you have a negative budget, and that's when the state of California comes in. So budgeting in the state calendar, again, chasing the tail of the state budget. So December tax receipts are in, obviously lower than anticipated. They're talking about reducing the cost of living to 1%. And the number is still fluctuating. Honestly, I heard 1.3 last week. I'm hopeful for that. Right now, they're telling us to project 1%. In January, the governor's budget will be released. March, we'll have another snapshot to have a look at where we're at and what the governor has put in his budget for us. In April, of course, and a little bit before then, honestly, the budgeting process really starts in earnest. May, we'll have a state revision, but we'll have to adopt that budget in June, just like always, likely before we have a assigned state budget. So just to remind everybody of our process as we go through, we'll have another snapshot coming up in the spring, and hopefully we'll have some better information from the state by then. So in summary, the budget that you have presented is positive, which is fantastic. Total reductions are allowing AUSD not only to meet our required reserves, which means we're not negative, but we're actually able to increase your committed reserves back to your board approved 7% in reserves. And I know, as we talked about with Placer County Office of Education, what it looks like for a small district, 3% minimum reserve does not even meet 1 month of payroll. And that is why the Board of Trustees in their original strategic plan had bumped it to 7. And I know you had heard that a lot of districts have like up to 20%, especially when they're very small. I just don't know that we're in that climate right now, and that doesn't speak to anything that you guys have committed. So we're back to being able to use your committed up to 7% reserve. So we've kind of used that in our projections to push that in as an assignment of that fund balance. Currently, again, this budget is no longer deficit spending, but with anticipated lower COLA, we could see that dip down in 24-25 and then pop back up again in 25-26. And of course, as you always hear me say, continually fiscally conservative actions are really going to be what it's going to take to make sure that we're meeting all the expectations that the state has of us for our LCAP budgeting and expenditures, making sure that we're pushing those dollars into the right spots that are approved, and also making sure that we're not going over in our general fund unrestricted balances. And I think that might be it. Maybe. Is that it? Dang. Woo! Okay, we hit the bottom. Okay. So if it's okay with you guys, I'm going to hit my chair for questions so that I have the materials in front of me.
And I'd like to take a moment to, it looks like the folks we've reserved these seats for have not arrived yet. So please sit in those. If those people do arrive, though, we'll ask that whoever sits in those seats move so that we can provide that accommodation. So right now, those are up for grabs.
This is Trustee Brickler. Would it be possible to look at the interim budget on the screen as we have our discussion?
Dave, are we able to do that? I'm going to have to lean on you to navigate that. It is an attachment on the agenda, item 12A.
Thank you.
Trustee Ross, while he's doing that, I didn't see in there what our current total unduplicated count was. Do you have that for this year?
Yes, actually, that'll be in a couple of spots. So it will actually be in our LCFF calculator, as well as our narrative and some of the other information. So currently, and I think it was actually on the presentation. So we were at 799, and I think we are at 971.
Okay.
I was going to say 970, so thank you.
We went from 799
to 971.
So we got an increase.
170 students.
What was the reasoning for investigating that to ensure that it is honestly 170 students more?
Yeah.
That there wasn't any.
Well, yeah, and just maybe if we'd had like even an error in reporting or entry, as we work through that certification process that we have to verify for the enrollment date that we send to the information we send to state of California. Because it was such a large jump, it immediately threw a red flag for me. And I talked to our auditors, like, how's best for me to look at this? You know, they're going to look at it when they come out next fiscal year. But to avoid problems, is there anything I can do? And they recommended that we just start blind pulling, you know, a few of those. And I think we did about 30 to 40 of them out of there. So. Okay, I think Dave's got it on screen now. Looks like he's in the narrative area. Where do you want to be?
Well, so we received some training recently from Placer County Office of Education, and one of the things that they advised us to do is to talk through variances. So we adopted a budget in June, and here we are in December, and so it would be helpful to kind of revisit some of the items that had some sort of major fluctuation. But on the way there, I was hoping we could stop on page 13 of the PDF. I know there's like various page numbers on everything.
It's difficult when you do these.
The general fund contributions to restricted programs.
Okay.
First, I wanted to comment that I think one of the things we need to watch the most closely, and I know that administration, I believe administration shares this concern, is the impact of special education services on our budget. So you'll see here that this is showing that nearly $5 million of our general fund is transferred to help cover the cost of special education. So that's just something I'm really keeping an eye on because it has the potential to negatively impact our budget. And so would it be possible to talk about some of the strategies that are being used to try to, obviously these are required services, they're essential services that we must provide, but also what are some of the ways that we can manage the cost? Because I think we're having to rely quite heavily on contracted services because there are so many difficult to fill positions such as speech and language pathologists. We were talking about special education paraprofessionals.
LVNs. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and I'll speak to this and then I'll let Director Young pop in as well if necessary. But I mean, again, as you commented to, I mean, there are very harsh limitations on what we can really adjust, if you will, to this. So one of the things that we have been told is probably the best thing, and this is why the board approved the special education coordinator as well, is really to get to know our individual education plans, our IEPs, and what's included in them, what isn't included in them, and really start to take a deep dive on, you know, what services, and I don't want to say services we can cut because that's really not our goal. It's more of, are these services appropriate for this student? And, you know, are we, and sometimes we're finding ways that we need to either increase services, but we're also finding ways that maybe, you know, this student has, you know, a one-on-one paraeducator, and maybe the student has, you know, made enough strides that they're able to not, and then that would reduce the costs as well. A majority of the rest of the costs really have to do with, you know, required services, you know, and the state of California funds a little bit higher for special education students, but they absolutely do not fully fund for special education students and the needs our students have. That's where we start to see that. Again, like you mentioned, the contracted services, we did take the action with our bargaining partners of CSEA and we're able to increase the wage for our special education paraprofessionals. We added and increased the LVN, or the licensed vocational nurses. Did I get that right? Oh, yes. In an effort to attract, and you know, then you're still saving, you're increasing your costs overall, but really we're saving, because if we're saving in special ed at this point, it's reducing our contribution. So that's why you see that balanced a lot through the budget projections. When we change one thing, even if it's a reduction of a special education vacancy, like we had with the reduction of vacancies, it actually takes the pressure off of our unrestricted fund. So we've really been working together as a team, and Kelly's been working really hard with our special education coordinator to, program specialist, my bad, to work through a lot of those things, and how can we really be effective and make sure we're essentially just keeping a thumb on it and making sure that we're not, you know, expending anything we maybe not need to be, or how can we look at different ways to serve students, or is there anything that we can do to maximize that? So I think really besides that, I mean, unless we can, you know, somehow become a lot more competitive with our wages, I think that's going to be a concern for hiring those LVN positions, our speech and language pathologists, and those are just hard to find statewide as it is. They're high demand. And also our special ed paraprofessionals. And I don't know if I've missed anything, program ladies. Microphone.
I do know that Michelle Bunt and I, our human resource manager, will be going to the PCOE job fairs, and we'll be looking at other job fairs that we can visit and start recruiting there as well. So we can have a more stable, we can have more stability in our positions.
This is Trustee Brickler. I wanted to say that I was happy to see on the consent agenda the UMass collaboration, because that will help bring some I think it was schools. There were teaching positions,
Yes.
but also school psychologists. So I don't know if there's a similar opportunity for speech and language pathology, but I love seeing that the creativity and trying to identify students who are in that pipeline or pathway and try to
Bring them in.
and
Yes.
give them some experience with our district in the hopes that they might stay.
And I know that we're looking at a couple of other schools to possibly enter into contracts with.
Great.
Yeah. We're looking at all of our possibilities.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The reason why I initially pulled up page 13 was because recently as a board, there was a discussion about health policy for students and all the various services that are provided in our schools. And we had talked about Medi-Cal. And so I just wanted to point out that I'm really happy to see that the district is able to receive $270,000 in reimbursement from services that we're already providing to students. So I feel like this is it's kind of a relatively new area for schools to be billing Medi-Cal over the last several years. But I just wanted to follow up because that was a discussion that we had about where Medi-Cal fits in to try to cover the cost of what we're already providing.
Absolutely. And it's sorry, I keep forgetting. CBO Leslie, as I talk. Yes, and the reason why you see this lined out here, where maybe you hadn't seen that in budgets previously, as an internal discussion, and then also working with auditors in the County Office of Education. Previously, any reimbursements that we had gotten from Medi-Cal went right back into those Medi-Cal accounts, we were still expending it, which is fantastic. Their recommendation was, because the reimbursement is considered unrestricted general fund as well. And because we are already contributing so much to our special education, they said, why don't you go ahead and, put that into your general fund, because you're still, in essence, we're still contributing enough, but it will really almost make it easier to track if in a way. So when I bring up now, in my really boring reports, that I bring up is that you can actually see the line out where the Medi-Cal reimbursement comes in, and we're better able to kind of tick it off as far as the general fund goes. So that was a really nice addition to put in here and be able to see it.
I was assuming it was Medi-Cal, even though it's medical.
Yeah,
okay.
I think the cash probably went away with
No problem. That's what I was hoping it was.
Yes.
Would it be possible to walk us through the kind of major variants that have taken place or occurred since? I'll let you choose whichever whichever of the documents would be most.
Well, CBO Leslie again, and that's really why I put those slides actually in. So
Yeah.
what you heard me talk about in those slides were actually directly linked to things that were of the greatest ones. So the smaller ones, 3%, 2%, those really don't hit, but anything that's larger, and sometimes you even have ones that, and I was just discussing this with Superintendent Lucci Garcia this afternoon, as we walked through stuff again, it will almost fool you, because it'll say, hey, it was $40,000 last year, it's 80, or last budget, it's $80,000 now, like with our interest income. And it looks like this 100 and something % change. And you're like, well, it's 40 grand, but for that particular account string, it's going to be, rather large. So I guess maybe my question would be if you had anything in particular, and if I could relate it, if it's something maybe we hadn't covered in the presentation, or.
Sure. I have a lot of questions, and I know we're not used to having this kind of audience to talk through all the budget minutia. So I'm trying to pick and choose a little bit.
This is not the show they came for.
No, not at all. So while I'm trying to pick my top points, are there other trustees who have budget questions that they would like to ask?
Trustee Brickler, why don't you lead the charge? I know you've got some in mind.
Okay.
Trustee Ross, I do want to point out on here that I did see EV Kane Sports is about $28,000 And so looking forward to our next year when all three of our schools need that and equality and all.
Yeah. And, you know, and I mean, you really can't look at it like that in a way. You have to almost look at taking that amount of money and splitting it out, because we'll have approximately the same amount of students. They'll just be at 3 different sites. And really, this was a self-funding program for quite some time. But of course, now, I mean, you know, we obviously, if a student can pay or a family, you know, isn't able to provide that, we do internally. It's just because it is something that we ended up contributing to, we want to make sure that that was called out so that the numbers lined up.
One of my questions was when there seems to be something perhaps missing or that I was expecting to see. I'll jump forward to page 28 of the PDF.
You get
In the
close to
general,
that.
let's see. General fund reserve for economic uncertainties. I did not see anything budgeted for 23, 24.
Well, it should have been in the ending fund balance. I know it comes out in all of our SACS reports too.
Okay, yeah, so it's item 2 for the current year column. It's budgeted for the first and second subsequent year, but I just didn't see. I know I see it referenced elsewhere, so I'm assuming it's in there somewhere.
Absolutely. They wouldn't let me submit unless I had that for sure.
Okay, I would expect to see it in that line item. Oh, on page 29, there's a discussion piece regarding contingent liabilities, and there is it looks like the discussion was cut off. It says we are currently, and so I was looking
Oh,
for
no.
an explanation of the current contingent liabilities.
Do you know what number that was on the criteria standards?
Sorry, S1. I need to
Yeah, S11B.
I need to put on my readers.
That's kind of where I'm at as I'm flipping here. Okay.
So it
Oh,
says,
I
yes,
don't know.
there are
Yeah.
contingent
Yes,
liabilities.
we
but,
currently have, yes.
But I was looking for an example of what that might be.
No problem. We what it should say there is that we are still under program audit. So we currently have our fiscal audit, and we are also up for our FPM review and its federal program management review, monitoring review this year. And that is a biannual review that we undertake. Okay. So that's a pretty significant one for all of our federal funds. So that covers anything, you know, title, any federal grants or anything like that. And so because that is considered an audit of sorts, I wanted to make sure it was notated in the discussion. And I don't know why you cut off on the print.
Okay. On the following page, page 30, I saw that there was a $500,000 increase to the contributions to the from the unrestricted general fund in order to fund various activities. And I think that was perhaps driven by special education. I think there's probably more detail elsewhere in the document, but that just really stood out that since June, when we last budgeted, we are anticipating a $500,000 increase in those costs.
I would say that you're absolutely correct in your suspicions, because we did have another purchase order that came through more recently for contracted services, because we did have to expand that to include our LVNs and a few more paraprofessionals. So
Okay.
yeah.
Lower on that page, there's a reference to $150,000 a year that are transfers out of general fund. Could you just remind me what fund? It's an interfund transfer, I believe, but I was trying to figure out what it was funding.
Deferred maintenance fund 14.
Deferred maintenance. Thank you.
And we were hoping to increase that again this year with some of these numbers back to the typical 3% that districts would fund deferred maintenance with. However, you know, because there really isn't a state requirement on that, we're still we've kept it whittled down to 150,000 still.
Okay. Again, I'm trying to be somewhat brief about this. I've been hearing in your presentation, you've been talking about how there's this very marginal increase in enrollment for TK5, but that we're still experiencing enrollment losses in 6, 7, 8. But then it looks like on page 49, you're anticipating enrollment increases in those age groups. And I'm wondering that might just be because we're hoping that those younger students will stay with us.
Yes. So
Okay.
typically
it seemed almost contradictory, but then I was thinking it might be a function of the population that's younger and the hope to retain them?
Absolutely. So we use a very standard cohort survival, which is an average cohort survival. So they ended up taking out over the years that we had either like open charter schools. So they'd remove the year that we opened E.V. Kane STEM Academy back in the day in Alta Vista, and also the year of COVID. We've removed. They've also recommended that as we have transitions, grade reconfiguration, school closures, to look at that as well as we get on in future years. Maybe that's one that would be an off year type of
Yeah,
thing.
whether it's a representative
Right.
year.
And historically, our average is, right around almost fully 100%, high 90s of retainage of our younger elementary students into 6th, 7th, and 8th. Unfortunately, the past few years, and especially last year, that really it didn't match. And so, this is still using those cohort because I don't have enough information to really see that maybe that was a one-off. We kind of need to get another year or two under our belt. So we still use our enrollment projection showing that, we kind of fingers crossed, those, TK through 5th will just keep going right on through the cohort survival.
Can I,
Yes.
Trustee Ross, can I ask a question about that? Do you
Yes.
think that's possibly because our Alta Vista students went from a separate LEA over to our Auburn Union School District? So they went from the charter to our,
That's how we actually probably ended up with that 0.09% increase, to be
so
completely
it's
honest
not like
with
we
you.
actually gained students, we just gained our charter students into our other.
Well, we did in a way, because we didn't count the charter at all in our enrollment previously. They were their own entity. So they had their own enrollment projections, their own enrollment, their own funding. So really we had to look at this. They weren't really, counted in our enrollment projections at all. So I really believe that 0.09% increase in that TK5, mostly area is really reminiscent. And I mean, and to really think, if we hadn't lost, upwards of, I think it was 53 students, possibly it's right in that mid 50s range of middle school students. If that cohort survival would have kept on, we would have seen probably, a 2% increase in enrollment. And I would have probably attributed that to the close of Alta Vista and netting some of those students.
Thank you. Trustee Brickler, I don't mean to sound at all like I am, focus on these small dollar amounts, but sometimes we're seeing shifts that are $100,000, $200,000, up to $500,000 within these categories. And it feels significant because we were talking about trying to save $400-something thousand by the grade reconfiguration. And so all of these smaller shifts in our budget are meaningful to me because they could be seen as kind of comparable to the cost savings from that change. Like, for example, I noticed that our payments to PCOE are increasing by $200-something thousand. So could you please explain why, or what sort of program are we engaging in that's costing more money for the county office?
And, I may have to lean a little bit on program people, but we have had some changes in how our funding works as far as Placer County Office of Education, and also how we are back billed for services that they provide for us. So those have obviously increased quite a bit, and we received a lot of those numbers after we adopted budget. So they adopt their own budget, and then we go from there. So you'll see a change in essentially like SELPA funding and how much we, I'm using air quotes for those that can't see, net from our portion of SELPA funding. How they fund the districts has changed. Some districts are receiving a little bit more, and some, and unfortunately we're one of them, we're going to be receiving a little bit less. In addition, their cost for services has increased, and we also have had students that we've had to refer to Placer County Office of Education programs. So we've seen an increase in that as well. That wouldn't speak to if we had students that had to attend maybe a private school, but it would be ones that if we had to move into a Placer County Office of Education program. And I don't know if there's any big other significant swings I'm missing from the program side.
Most of the work that we do on the program side with Placer County Office of Ed is done through differentiated assistance, which our district is in because of our lower test scores for certain specific student groups. And then we also are working with them using some of our title funding as well. Those are the program pieces that the differentiated assistance they provide to us. Some of the work we're doing with them through title funds is where you would see that expenditure through that restricted title fund.
Okay, again, my lens in part was just trying to look at variance from our June adopted budget and to try to understand why some of the changes were occurring. On page 58, just quickly, I wanted to, it looks like books and supplies are negative in 25, 26, which couldn't be accurate. So
That we're spending that much less, you mean in the percentage change?
no, it just says that that's just the projection it's a negative projection. So
So not a change, but a negative projection.
yeah, I'm not referring to a change.
Okay, then
If-
yeah, maybe.
I'm not sure
Look at the page.
if it just accidentally has is in parentheses.
B number 4.
Okay, I'm gonna see if others have
Oh,
questions.
it's a different page.
Thank you.
This is President Holt. I just had a minor nit, couple little ones. Going back to that slide 49, it looks like you've got 0.9% in there instead of 0.09. And I'm hoping that doesn't affect anything after that.
Which.
So that
But
was, yeah, that was the enrollment. That was the slide we just looked at, showing since 2011, 2012.
In the budget or in the presentation?
In the budget.
Okay.
So, I mean, I guess we're going to round to one decimal place, be 0.1, not 0.9. And then I just wonder if you can speak to any more of the, let me get back to my note. On page 3, up there towards the top. You know, it talks about under the criteria and standards review summary that criteria and standards that are not met and supplemental information and additional fiscal indicators that are yes may indicate areas of potential concern. I understand some of these are, you know, large variances because of the changes we've made since the first. Are there any of those that we need to be taking a harder look at?
Actually, I think the biggest things that jumped out for me as far as those go were really as we start looking at those costs, and they do. They typically put them together as restricted, unrestricted. So whereas we tend to really focus on the unrestricted, which is, you know, our really usable pot of money, they kind of hit on both. And so we do have some serious swings as far as income goes with federal and state incomes. Mostly, unfortunately, that's going to hit to the restricted. So while you see that, you know, you haven't met it because it's not within this small tolerance percentage that somebody at the state made up. It's because we did have these big influxes of income when we got these one-time block grants from like the state of California or federal COVID funding. And those are not happening anymore. I mean, we're pretty much fully funded on those at this point. So that revenue is going to significantly drop. We're going to be expending those funds as we go out really through 25, 26 on a couple of them. But as far as like the COVID funding, we're going to do some hard spends. And then in the future years, it completely stops as those funds expend. So that's where we really start to see those big swings. I think that it's worthy of an explanation for those tolerances for the criterion standards. But in a way, it's a little frustrating because you're like, you're the one that gave us these funds and then we have to spend them by then it's going to drop. Of course, we're not going to meet that. And it really just gives that false look of like, wow, you really haven't met your tolerances. But I mean, there's really good reasons for those.
Are there any additional questions on the budget?
One thing that came up from the community was this question about the transition to TK8 and the 3 FTE that are envisioned to I'm trying to find the right words that could be reduced with this different schedule and this different approach. But then at the same time, we will be offering 3 TK programs, whereas we've been offering it at 2 schools. So I'm just wondering if will we need to increase staff to offer TK on 3 sites at the same time?
You know, and I'll again kick me if I
on the
sneak off on funding. And again, so we would be looking to offer it at 3 sites if the enrollment warrants that. So it's not required that we have it at each site. I think previously we worked at 1 site, we ended up with it at 2 sites. So as long as enrollment justifies the opening of another TK class, and so that we have them on all 3 sites, I think that's absolutely plausible. But we would have the additional enrollment then to, you know, essentially pay for that position. So that really will kind of increase hopefully some of our revenues, but we will be expending for certificated staff and also classified staff at that point too, to make sure that we meet those ratios with a paraeducator or paraprofessional at this point, sorry. I think paraeducator is something different, isn't it? It probably is.
Different districts have different titles from
Okay.
what I've seen. I don't think there's a difference in what they do.
Okay, I just didn't want to lead anybody down a wrong path. So as we start looking at as these program shifts, that's where we start talking about, where can we reduce those classifications? But in addition to that, I know there's also been questions and concerns of, well, if you're going to shift, which was the additional 2 staff members that we had, and again, conservative estimates, we may end up being able to, find savings in other places for ongoing costs. One-time costs, again, are one-time monies. We really need to look at the future and making sure we're not hitting a structural deficit again. The question had come up, well, why can't you just change those funding sources now? And because a lot of them, are encompassed in some of those block grants where they have very specific wording, title funding and supplemental and concentration, because we're starting to hit, like, for example, the numbers in supplemental and concentration where we're really like almost in the single year, we're almost to 70% district-wide unduplicated students. That really gives us the leverage to start utilizing that money district-wide into all 3 sites instead of funneling it maybe to one site or to another, or no, we can't fund that because we can't do it at other places. So it gives us that a little bit more flexibility with it. And also we're able to address learning needs district-wide, which is what the state is really looking for. So that's where those differences come in.
So to the question of TK, even if we may need to add an additional staff member and I know that about the ratios, you need to also have a paraprofessional in the classroom.
Yes.
The hope is that that would be offset by revenue from enrollment.
Absolutely. And if we find we don't have enrollment to justify 3 TKs, we wouldn't open a 3rd TK.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I'm just writing down a note before I lose track. Are there any additional questions on the budget? Okay. In that case, then I move that we approve the 23-24 first interim budget update.
I'll second.
Okay. And all in favor?
Aye.
And those opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Moving to item 12B, approval of the revised vision statement.
The Board of Trustees adopted Auburn Union School District's vision statement in February of 2020. The board reviewed and discussed changes at the November regular board meeting. The revised statement is below. We stand together to cultivate the potential of all students.
And do we have public comment on that?
No public comment on this item.
Okay. Are there any questions or?
This is Trustee Brickler. I know that we discussed this at the last meeting, but I think it'd be helpful just to revisit why the change is being requested and what was the issue with the word or the concept of global. So maybe we could just reiterate how the statement stands currently. We stand together to cultivate the potential of all students in a global society, I believe, or
I believe that's the language that currently is. This is President Holt. So thank you, Trustee Brickler. Yeah, so the current language is we stand together to cultivate the potential of all students in a global society. And I brought this before the board to strike the language about global society. Let's just work on cultivating the potential of all our students. And quite frankly, I think we need to be scaling it back towards America. The principles enshrined in our Declaration of Independence and our Constitution. That's the only oath that we take as trustees, is to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. So I think that's where we need to really start centering our focus rather than looking at the entire globe for our district. And so you suggested that we just strike the "in a global society" and move the vision statement to "we stand together to cultivate the potential of all students."
Yeah, I suggested that change because didn't want to see the entire statement dismantled, and that seemed like a way to respond to your concern about the concept of a global society. It would really be my preference to keep the language the way it was adopted in 2020. I don't see anything controversial about the concept of the global society in which we all live. And, you know, we want our students to be citizens of the world and educated about all cultures. And even if just from a business perspective, it's necessary to be able to, you know, interact and engage with, you know, all with like many other nations. So I don't see the urgency to make this change. And that was just kind of an effort on my part to not kind of completely strike the work that had been done on the vision statement.
This is President Holt. Yeah, your point is understood. I've spent several years overseas in multiple continents, working with all sorts of people around the globe. And one thing that I've always found is freedom tastes a little bit different here in the United States, and that there are not all cultures are quite the same, and what we have here is special. And so I think what we really need to be doing is still focusing on that sort of the things that make America great. The things, you know, like I said, the ideals enshrined in our Declaration of Independence and defended by the Constitution, that all men are created equal and provided with certain inalienable rights. And I think we can strike in a global society. Satisfies me on that piece, and saying we stand together to cultivate the potential of all students.
I'm sorry, are we in discussion or are we still asking questions?
Oh, it was discussion.
Oh, okay. Wasn't sure. Trustee Ross, I just once again want to state that our community came together as a community and as servants to our community. We do have to, we have a pledge and an honor to listen to our community. And this was given to us as a gift. Actually, I'm sorry, it was maybe costed $25,000 to $50,000 to rebrand. And this is what became of it from our community leaders, community members, and this was decided by them and accepted by us. So I just once again want to say that this was something that the community brought to us. And as board members, we heard them, and that's why we accepted this. So I really do hope in this situation that you do listen to our community members, especially the ones that show up and are here and active, and just listen to their needs and what they expect of our district.
This is President Holt again, and you know, Trustee Ross, thank you for bringing that up. I would suggest that we are listening to the community. There was an election last year, and each trustee who was an incumbent that supported these policies was voted out of office.
I'm not sure they were voted out for listening to the community on a vision statement. I think that had to do with something that had nothing to do with our vision statement, but I appreciate you.
I mean, tonight we see 3 items on our agenda: the proposal to revise the vision statement, a proposal to rescind the equity statement, and then another discussion item regarding the mission statement. And I think we have much more pressing and urgent matters to attend to, focusing on our students, focusing on our budget. And this feels like a distraction. And I'm asking as a board that we get back on track with focusing on the work that is more pressing to the community. I understand your point about your election, but successful school boards and successful districts focus on students in their meetings. They focus on outcomes. They focus on the academic data that we'll be hearing, or that's academic and behavioral data we'll be hearing from the dashboard next month. So I would like to refocus us on what we're here to do. This feels very political, and I don't want to spend my time on that.
This is President Holt, and this was apparently important enough to spend $25,000 to $50,000
Yeah.
rebranding this instead of focusing on the students and focusing on busing. So I think it is important that we work on setting the vision and setting a mission statement that's going to help direct this district where we can support our students. And with that, I move that we approve the revised vision statement.
I'll second that.
And all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. And all those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
What is it when you don't want to vote? Say.
And Clerk Grigsby, we've discussed as a board governance policy as well, that we only make abstentions if it's really, there's a financial interest. Well,
Can we go back to discussing it? Because I didn't get a chance to say something.
certainly.
This is Clerk Grigsby. What community? Because I've been in the community and I don't remember this being announced. I don't remember being asked. I don't remember being questioned. I don't remember the announcement of 25 to 50,000 for a budget that is in crisis. I don't remember. So what community?
Yeah. So we had lawyers there from all over. We had city council. We had
Parents.
Latino leadership. We had parents. We had teachers. We had retired staff. You had, who else was there? I mean, I'd love to give you names.
So
The Auburn Journal was there.
the community that is in Auburn or the global community?
I'm sure they're all global and in Auburn. I know I'm a global community member and I was there.
Trustee
But I've
Ross,
been here since I was 2 years old. I've been in Auburn.
so sorry to interrupt you. Are you referring to the strategic planning process? I was not a part
No,
of that.
That was not the
Okay.
strategic planning. It was brought to our attention to rebrand the district. And that was part of the rebranding process. That
Which
was due to
included the
our marketing.
logo and the vision and mission statement. Okay, thank you. That was before my time, but I
It was
appreciate that
before
you
my
were,
time
yeah,
as well. I just,
right.
I move that we approve the vision statement with the addition of the local community. I think that's the community. I think that the local students are the important ones. We need to focus on who's in front of us.
This is Trustee Brickler. I do agree we need to focus on who's in front of us, and they are our students, and we seek to cultivate their potential so that they can function and contribute positively wherever they may end up, whether they stay in Auburn, whether they serve abroad, whether they seek to live in another country, or whether they seek to be part of business dealings with other countries, whatever it may be. So I think we can both focus on our students, but also give them every opportunity to function in whatever setting, which includes a global setting.
And Clerk Grigsby, what was the language you used again?
We stand together to cultivate the potential of all students in our community. Maybe we can even add something about to prepare for the global society so that it cultivates all of it. But we need to focus on the community and then they can go out into the global society, I think. I think that's the important part. We're broadening it too far first. We need to bring it back, get the students back in
Well-
the community involved.
This is President, to your motion, we stand together to cultivate the potential of all students in our community. I second that. And all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And those opposed?
Nay.
And that motion succeeds. The previous motion fails. All right, moving to item 12C. All right, how many public comments do we have on that?
We have over 7. We have 11 total.
11 total? Okay. So 11 total. I'd like to just hear all the comments before we move into it then. With that being said, I'd like us to take a 10-minute recess because we'll be sitting down for a while and it's been 2 hours. So we will go, it is 9:04. I will round up to 9:05 and we'll be back in at 9:15.
Great opportunity.
15, and we are returning to session here. So all right, folks, I appreciate it. We've returned to session. And so getting into public comment, we will hear, now we're up to 12. So we'll hear all 12 comments and then move on with it. So for item 12C on the approval of rescission of the diversity, inclusion, and equity statement, starting in public comment.
Melissa Vale.
Hi, my name is Melissa Vale. I am an emotional support special education teacher at Auburn Elementary. I just want to say equity is defined as the quality of being fair and impartial. In practice, equity means recognizing that we don't all start from the same place, acknowledging that difference, and making adjustments to imbalances. Essentially, ensuring that everyone has what they need to succeed. For one kid, that might just be showing up with a smile on your face and teaching the curriculum. But for others, that is feeding them breakfast. That's making sure they have shoes and a warm coat. That's buying a Halloween costume for a kid because they need to feel special. That's letting a kid sleep on the couch in your classroom when they weren't able to at home the night before because their grown-ups were fighting. Mr. Holt, last week or the last board meeting, you made a comment about equity being too political. And I find that incredibly sad that equity is only connected to liberal politics for you. Equity should be a part of everything we do, especially in education. It should be our goal to ensure that all students succeed, and our role as educators is to help them get there. This idea is especially important in a district like Auburn. We might be small, but we are incredibly diverse. We have so many children that come from populations that need extra support. English learners, immigrants, low income, homeless, families of abuse, single parent homes, foster care, and I think one of the most vulnerable populations is our LGBT youth. As a teacher in this district who is not only part of the LGBT community, but also not tenured, I don't feel safe in my position. I don't feel I can be myself without worry. I don't feel accepted by the school board and the leaders in this district who are supporting rescinding this statement. And I feel incredibly sad for the youth who are part of this community also, because this is going to push out the adult role models that they desperately need. You are going to lose good teachers by doing this, including me. And maybe that's your goal, but it will be at the detriment of your students and families that you are here to serve. Thank you.
Claire Walker. Claire Walker.
Hi, I'm an Auburn resident, a mom of 3 AUSD students, and a California public school administrator. At last month's board meeting, President Holt stated that diversity, inclusion, and equity statements have been a real trend among academia and corporations to virtue signal their support for social justice causes, and that our DEI statement mentions a whole bunch of progressive buzzwords. He further went on to say that a free society isn't equitable, and an equitable society is not free. I'd like to address these 3 comments specifically. Virtue signaling is the act of trying to show others that you are a good person. I'd like to ask you, Mr. Holt, how you are not virtue signaling here by trying to remove this statement on behalf of the community. Aren't you trying to show others your good virtue in this redaction? When I read AUSD's DEI statement, I only hear access for all students, understanding of historical discrimination and how it still affects people today, respect and empowerment of students, encouragement of innovation, and celebration of all humans. I just hear human kindness, basic human kindness. Equity means recognizing that we do not all start from the same place and must acknowledge and make adjustments to imbalances. Creating an equitable space does not remove freedom. It actually does the opposite. It provides all people with the opportunity to grow and thrive and be active members of our community. Statements like these from a board president is alarming and should be called into question, as it ignores the basic needs of the diverse learners that he is supposed to be here to serve. From what I heard in the last month, it sounds like the outcome of this vote is what it is, and I might have to accept that for now. But I do have utmost faith in our incredible AUSD teachers that they will continue to differentiate and practice restorative justice and work hard to go against this toxic narrative of the board president and anyone who votes with him to redact the DEI statement. I implore you all to think about the tone that striking this statement would be setting, especially during such an uncertain time in our district, in a time that we should be dedicated to problem solving and strategically planning for this TK8 transition, but instead are discussing a diversity statement that simply states what our fantastic teachers are doing anyway and promotes access for all learners. Lastly, President Holt, you said that our community of Auburn doesn't think that we need to embrace this ideology. I am an active member of this community. I was your daughter's cross-country coach, and you have never asked me. So please, the next time you'd like to speak on behalf of the entire Auburn community, I suggest that you reach out to all community members and not just your friends. I have a lot of friends in this town, and they are all against redacting the AUSD diversity statement. Thank you.
Reverend Alex De Silva Sutu.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. I'm Reverend Alex De Silva Soto. My pronouns are they, them, and theirs. I serve as the minister of the Sierra Foothills Unitarian Universalist in downtown Auburn, and I reside just a few blocks from here. My understanding is that Mr. Holt wants to erase the diversity, inclusion, and equity statement because you believe, and I quote, much more consideration needs to be given to the DEI statement. And actually, I agree with you that greater consideration is needed. However, not because the statement needs to be deleted or even edited, but because it needs to be invested on and actualized, not ignored and thrown out. The mandate of this board is to build upon the work done by our community, the work already done by parents, teachers, education professionals, and your predecessors, not to destroy our collective vision for safer, more diverse, more inclusive, and healthier Auburn. What is the message you're sending to historically marginalized students if you still choose to ignore all that our community has already shared and will share much more after I'm done? What do you think the message is going to be? What is the message you are sending to all the students of diverse races, ethnicities, gender, sexual orientation who continue to be segregated, marginalized, and bullied every single day in our schools because of the identities that they hold? What is the message you're sending to the diverse and incredibly gifted teachers here in this cold night on a school night with their children and other students? What is the message that you're sending when you choose to ignore our needs for greater diversity, equity, and inclusion? Is exclusion and injustice and lack of diversity the new goal for the board? Please do the right thing by protecting our students and investing on diversity, equity, and inclusion, not throwing it out. And since you have the power, whenever the community shows up in mass, especially children, you have the power to change the agenda and move items a little bit earlier so our children can have a good night of sleep.
Sue Thompson. Sue Thompson.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Lucci Garcia. I'm glad that we're all able to be here. That we can really show what our community looks like and what we think like. I'm Sue Thompson, and I'm speaking as an Auburn resident and supporter of the Auburn Education Foundation. And I strongly urge the trustees to vote against eliminating or altering the DEI statement. President Holt said that there are no barriers and that all students are treated equitably. If that is the case, why would he not want to have these principles in writing? Why would he not be proud of these ideals in education? Why would they not be on your website? Mr. Holt said that it takes hubris to promise equality. The DEI statement does not promise equality. It promises equal access to education and the opportunity to thrive. Also, I was one of those invisible community stakeholders that met in 2019, and there was quite a cross section of our community there. And there was a couple of hundred people I knew, people I didn't know. But we carefully analyzed every word that went into that statement because words matter, thoughts matter. So we chose the word global because we wanted our children, our students, to be prepared to live and work on a global stage. I mean, think about the internet for a moment. Is that not a global stage every waking moment of a child's life? The equity statement is an outgrowth of this collective and thoughtful work. And again, I just urge you not to amend it, not to eliminate it. Thank you.
Dr. Reyes Ortega.
Thank you. This is actually the first time I'm speaking using my cell phone for my notes. So the font is a lot smaller, I'm noticing. My students have always told me that I'm a 1 inch wide, 8.5 by 11 paper, 3-hole punch paper, binder kind of a teacher here. So my eyes are really adjusting at this moment. So give me a break 1 second, please. Okay, my name is Reyes, Dr. Reyes Ortega, Professor Emeritus, proud board member of the Latino Leadership Council. And thank you for having me here. I also, after hearing the discussion here this evening, am proud to mention, I'm also a proud father. Actually, my wife and I are proud parents of our son who attended elementary school here in Auburn and went to E.V. Kane, Auburn Elm, Placer High School, went off to a university and graduated and spent the last 13 years living in China. Talk about a global student. He taught English out there for a good number of years and he eventually set up a business in Chengdu, China, where he learned how to speak Mandarin. And in fact, I think he speaks Mandarin better than he speaks Spanish these days too. So whatever. So yeah, a good example, at least in my opinion, in our opinion, of a global student and product of our school district of Auburn, of the community of Auburn. So let me start off by saying, boy, this font is small here. Let me start off. Should have brought my binder. Oh my God. First of all, I want to compliment you, the board, for your leadership skills and what I've been hearing here tonight, because I believe that you, all of you, and I both share the same interests and have the same interests in mind. And that is to assure our youth, our students, have every opportunity to learn and succeed academically to one day become productive members of our community and indeed the state of California. I also know that in order to achieve that goal, we as educators have the responsibility to evaluate and assess our educational effectiveness at achieving this goal. We study and evaluate data, which includes the academic success rates of our children, for example, access, persistence, retention, and completion rates. If the data reveals disproportionate success rates, for example, the number of Latino students who may fail when compared to the number of their non-Latino counterparts, we as responsible educators are given the task to scrutinize our schools to determine what could be contributing to any form of unequal outcomes. My question to you, Mr. Holt, with all due respect, is this: what specific data has been presented to the board that clearly demonstrates that the current equity statement has a detrimental impact upon the academic success of our students? As we both have the same interests in mind, in the name of transparency, I, for one, formally request of the board and ask when the evidence you received can be shared with the public so that informed decisions can be made.
Excuse me, sir, you are at time.
Ah.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I'm going to hold everybody to that best I can.
Last quick 3 minutes.
So,
okay, well, I did end with a question. So, Mr. Holt?
yes, so we don't generally address the questions during public comment.
Okay, when can I expect an answer to the question then, as a community member?
I think you may hear something later on this evening.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ernesto Panida.
Well, special thanks to the Board of Trustees for allowing us to talk about the diversity, equity, and inclusion statement that is being rescinded or is being considered for to be rescinded. My name is Ernest Pineda, Ernesto Pineda, and I am president of the Latino Leadership Council. And the gentleman who spoke just before me, Dr. Reyes Ortega, is the past president of the Latino Leadership Council. And our mission is to support and promote the wellness of the Latino community. And I need to have a little thought process where we put ourselves in each other's shoes. I grew up in San Francisco, California, in the Mission District. Both my parents are from El Salvador. And so we grew up bilingual, bicultural. We spoke Spanish at home. We spoke English on the street. And it was an Irish neighborhood at that time. We elevated their status and we sent them to Westlake, where it was foggy. We sent them there on a sunny day. So the issue is that you're not talking about children that are growing up equally. There is a cultural barrier that they have to cross every single day with their language, with their customs. The word remember, in English, the word remember means I will keep you in my mind. I will remember you. In Spanish, the word remember is recordar. Recordar is Latin and it means I will keep you in my heart. So people are using the same language, the same words, but they mean two totally different things. The Latino keeps you in his heart. The American keeps you in his mind. Auburn is 91% white. And what I guess growing up in San Francisco, it was so multicultural, and we didn't have a MAGA effect. We had if you're not hurting someone, you're helping someone. We had that concept in mind. I'd like to repeat the question that Dr. Reyes said was, how does rescinding the diversity statement help our children? What are the unintended consequences in this action? Because of this change, you're going to end up changing the vision statement, which you just did. This is the global community right here. We're global. You have to change the mission statement, and it's having an impact on the budget. A business person would recognize you don't mess with the budget. You don't change stationery overnight for nothing. Please consider the information that's been shared with you this evening from all of the participants. And I respect your opinions. I wish for enlightenment. Thank you.
Alex Vetter. Alex Vetter.
My name is Alex, and I have two students at AUSD. This is my youngest, Margot. A lot of the things that I'm going to kind of say is repetitive, so I apologize after all those amazing comments. Our previous board dedicated a year and a half to extensive training and consideration of the DEI statement. And this last meeting, it was said that they did not give it, quote, much consideration. And that just feels really like foolish and petty comment when so much effort went into it. While the term equity may be viewed to the board majority as a trend or a buzzword, it has undeniably become an integral aspect of the 21st century education system, and it representing a perspective emphasizing the importance of every individual. During the same opinion-based diatribe against this statement, our board president stated that nobody, and I quote, nobody can guarantee a barrier-free environment. And quote, no school can possibly hope to provide a barrier-free environment. The idea here is to work towards this barrier-free environment. The goal is to learn about and remove as many barriers as we can that could obstruct the progress of our students. The statement in question is obviously aspirational in its language of, quote, we must remove obstacles to accessing educational opportunities. According to the California School Boards Association, 1/5 of your entire job as a board is to set, quote, set the direction for the community schools. This statement shares that same aspirational quality. As mentioned by, I believe, Sarah Liebert, the AUTA president, Trustee Grisby, I implore you as an employee of Auburn Food Bank, which has a diversity statement and removes barriers by providing food for families in need, to consider keeping the statement. I only have a little bit of time left, but the last meeting, the board president said 3 different times he believes the community of Auburn does not want to embrace this statement. He is wrong. He's not considering all of us who did not vote for him. In fact, under 20% of all votes went to him. That's less than 7,000 over 33,000 votes. So I just want to know who are you talking to? Residents who carry the same ideology as you? Frankly, I don't want to send my kids to a school with a board that has an issue with such a fundamentally decent idea.
I'm not sure if he left, but Ryan Badisher. He did leave. Okay. Then we'll move on to William Waters. And I would like to add that I apologize to Mr. Waters because he did have a general comment, and I want to let you know you're free to add that too in here.
Thank you. I'll start off with that because you can't reply to it because it's a general comment. And but I will lead in with that. I've been an Auburn resident since 1949. All my siblings and all my children have gone to Placer School. I've also served on the Auburn Recreation District Board for 2 years, so I know what a representative of a so-called non-political organization is supposed to do. And you are supposed to encourage diversity. I know about this because I grew up around here. Actually, I had to go to Newcastle School because we were 2 houses over the city line. And I lived right on Indian Hill Road, so I had to res down the road, and the natives and the Mexicans I went to school with, and the Japanese, who didn't tell me about how their parents had been put in internment camps during World War II. None of them told me about that. I found out about it later. So this is the kind of ethnic cleansing type stuff that this diverse stuff you're doing does. And I also want to say my general comment was that this is a disgrace to not have enough room for people. You're going to cut out this sort of diversity nonsense. And we heard Make America Great from you today, sir. But you're not making it great. This is disgusting. You have staff sitting on the floor. There's no room here. Look, the Auburn Recreation District could give you a room. The City Hall could give you a room. You could have the Rose Room. You could have a real loving district here, and you two don't want it. Thank you.
Michael Woodley. Michael Woodley. Is he still out there? Yeah, did he leave? Oh, he left. Okay. Mark Wright.
Hello, board. Well, thank you for our public comment. My name is Mark Wright. Only I wish is we had something to update the statement with just replacing it and just getting rid of it. Diversity. Diversity means difference in cultures and difference in thought. And that's one thing we kind of forget about. We forget about the thought part. We want everyone to look differently and dress differently, and but we want everyone to think the same a lot of times. So we kind of think as we go through diversity, we should think about thought. The inclusion, the same thing. We should include people who don't think the same way we think. We don't all have the same background. We don't all grow up the same way. I grew up fairly poor, and I have gone through college, put myself through college. That was what I did as a person growing up, so that I had the inclusion and the diversity where I went. And then the equity, I don't care for the equity because I think it should be equality. Because our country was founded under the purpose of equality. We were founded, we were all equal under the law. That's why Lady Justice has a blindfold on. You're not supposed to see who she's judging. She's supposed to judge everyone based on the law, regardless of where you're from, what culture you're from, what you look like, how you dress, how you talk. It doesn't matter. So we should change it to equality, because that's where our country falls on. Everywhere in our Constitution talks about equality. And if everyone has equality, then we all have the way to grow, and we can all have the same choices. And so this whole thing that we're going to have impediments if we have equality is wrong. Like you, Mrs. Ross, you help your students equally. You didn't do it through equity. You did it through equality. You treated them all the same for being a person. And that's how everyone in this room and everyone should be treated equally based on being a person, not because they came from some part of the town. So that's what I have to say, is that we should have had something to replace it with, and that is with the new statement that has equality. Thank you.
Emily Mockle.
My name is Emily Mockle. I am a community member who works with the youth in Auburn community. All the children I work with are all in the city of Auburn. And so working with youth, not as a teacher, not as a parent, it looks a little bit different. And so equality, yes. Equity, yes. It's about putting the things together to help everyone have equality by using equity. And so I think taking those statements out is a disservice to human kindness. And I think if we take our human kindness back, I think we will see a lot more balance. And instead of arguing, should it be this or should it be that? If you take it back to the basics, and I think that's what our board did in 2020, is trying to make it fair for all and using kindness at the heart of it. And when you work with youth and when you work with community, kindness is where it all starts with. And I do thank you for your service in the military, and I don't want to discredit that. But by having that opportunity to travel, you could see how equity and equality can make the world a global education, and how that will help our community of Auburn feel more balanced and use human kindness. Thank you.
Wesley Thompson. Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Wesley Thompson. As a productive member of society, he's earned a bachelor's degree from Cal Poly Humboldt in history and has been working for 4 years as a peer advocate with Placer County, a type of mental health worker. Diversity, and who's happened to have a learning disability. Diversity and inclusiveness are exceptionally important factors in become in success. Without these factors in the culture of an educational institution, my chances of success would have been a lot lower because less energy would have been focused where it was needed.
Tomas Evangelista.
Good evening to everybody and good evening to the board. There's so much that I wanted to say, and I know going at the end that some people might actually say it for me. So I do want to answer a bit of some of the comments that some people were mentioning, specifically about equality and equity. Our Constitution had the words equality in it, but as we know, at the beginning of our country, we weren't all treated equal. So just because it's in the Constitution doesn't mean that that is happening. An example of equality and equity was when literacy tests were used for citizens to be able to vote. Of course, we all were equal in using those tests, but we knew that those literacy tests kept minorities, specifically African Americans, from being able to have the right to vote. That it wasn't equitable, and of course, as we know, that we had to rescind that. But I also do want to address, President Holt, what you said last week about the changes in the composition of the board. A year ago, of course, you three were elected, but it was also an election where we had a very low turnout, specifically 69% of the turnout. Greg, you received 6,655 votes. There's 23,000 eligible voters. That's less than 30%. So when you say that you speak for the rest of the community, that's less than 30%. There's other people that, of course, were mentioned that didn't vote for you that I feel like you need to consider. There's many of us here and others watching on YouTube and that couldn't be present. So I also want to mention that when I went to school, of course, I had to learn English. I came to this district when I was in first grade. I had less trouble learning English as my other immigrants as well. They needed that support. Of course, they tried giving it, but it wasn't done. And now, flash forward to now, that support is given. This statement does does remind the district that we do need to continue to be inclusive, to continue to work on being equitable and to not exclude others from this. So again, like everyone here, I support keeping the statement and not changing it because our community is saying that we want this statement. So thank you.
And Michelle?
Glasses, don't start my time. All right, so
I was supposed to be here to speak. Something came up from home. I was watching this from home and y'all brought me out of my pajamas and I'm going to try to be my best self. So here we go. First of all, it's not really a normal action to come in, I'm sorry, as new board members and dismantle the foundations that were set, the work that was done prior. Now, if it was something offensive, I could understand that, but let's really talk about what equity is. I know Jamie explained it very well, but there maybe some examples will help. And truthfully, I know I'm not changing certain minds, but Renee, man, you can make a difference. Here we go. Here's some examples of equity. Free lunch programs for kids who are hungry, IEPs, ESL classes, access to technology, transportation, well, school repairs, acknowledging the diverse needs and learning styles of the students. Let's see what else. Tutoring, scholarships for students to participate in sports. The list goes on, and I did find a Bar Foundation cute little 4 points of what equity is, and a mission rooted in the belief that we can achieve at high levels. I know you've said that before. I've heard you. Challenging and meaningful learning experiences for all students. Customized, varied, accessible student supports. Data practices that measure what matters and inform strategies to better serve all students. Here's the thing that's happening. Language is getting twisted, but you're saying that it's getting twisted and it's a political move. You keep saying it's not political, but it's not normal. It is political. No one does that unless it's political. And I'm just, it's so sad. I've been in Auburn my whole entire life. Many of the people in here, same thing. You have your elders, you have your youth, you don't like go home because the thing's late on the agenda. You have every generation in here telling you no. Like, do you know how fast people's hearts are probably beating in here? You're causing distress on the actual community. And Renee, you can make a difference, girl. I swear to God, you know me. You can make a difference. I don't know what it is. You can make a difference. Tell your friends who don't vote to vote. We need to vote. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
President Holt, we had one more come in a little bit late. Are you comfortable taking that or are you okay? All right, go ahead. Martin Neft.
Push anything? Hi, I'm Martin F. I'm a physician. Um, just wanted to quickly say that if ever somebody that was a teenager would be afraid to come to me because I would have to inform their parents of their identity, I would be totally appalled. And if anybody ever is in that situation, come to me, I'll take the consequences. Because the real people I want to talk to are the guys here that are here past their bedtime. Okay. You've got people up there that are trying to get in the way of what you need to learn. You so much need to learn how to accept people that are different from you. Different color, different level of intelligence, different background. Okay. I imagine you're here because your parents really believe in it. But I am really sensing a step from people that got elected in an off-year election to take away that opportunity from you to learn what you is so important for you to learn to become good citizens of this country. Okay. I know you think you represent the community because you got elected in an off-year election because people weren't paying attention. It's not going to be so easy next time. Okay.
No more public comment.
So this is President Holt. A lot of this, it sounds like some individuals making public comment and I are kind of talking past each other on where the position is here. I wrote about this statement in the Auburn Journal last October. I discussed my position on it at the candidate forum when it was asked. And we discussed it at last month's board meeting. And recently I've received quite a bit of comment from the public concerned that the removal of this statement means the district won't support young women, students of color, religious minorities, English learners, or any other diverse groups of students and LGBTQ. And that just could not be further from the truth. Excuse me, folks. Please, this is a meeting in public. Please let me speak. So board adoption of this statement last year didn't change longstanding practices. We weren't discriminating against students in this district. The district was still providing individual access to unique individuals based on their individual needs. That was happening before. Now will continue to happen. This for every thoughtful, insightful email I've received, I've also received every other one calling me every sort of ist that you can put that ending to, right? But it's criticism of the DEI sort of movement here is generally met with those accusations. But it itself is rooted in suppression of individual effort and merit in favor of discrimination. Ibram X. Kendi, right, the leading voice of anti-racism in the United States right now, and a prominent promoter of DEI initiatives, wrote that the only remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination. The only remedy to present discrimination is future discrimination. So the current statement, that's not a policy, it's a statement, has no teeth, it offers no enforcement mechanisms, but it does serve as a stepping stone towards further DEI-centered initiatives and policies that are ultimately rooted in grievance politics. In practice, what we're seeing is these DEI-focused efforts have a tendency towards lowering or eliminating standards and imposing discrimination in hiring and enrollment practices. DEI-focused efforts make a mockery of the concepts of fairness and individual justice. In October, just 2 months ago, the Oregon State Board of Education suspended high school graduation requirements for math, reading, and writing proficiency until the 27-28 school year. That board claimed that reinstating graduation standards in math, reading, and writing would harm students of color because they would disproportionately have to take remedial classes to get caught up. Is it better to have a high school diploma in your hand or to be able to read and write at a 12th grade level? Earlier this year, Culver City High School, down near Los Angeles, eliminated honors classes because Black and Latino students were underrepresented. Black students only by 1%. According to the journalist Sarah Rendazzo, writing in the Wall Street Journal, Santa Monica teachers felt a moral imperative to eliminate honors English classes to reduce inequality in outcomes. And across the country, we've seen public school districts eliminate advanced offerings in the name of equity. A November 20th article in the Wall Street Journal, so just a couple weeks ago, by Jonathan Saylor, described the reality of Ohio State's DEI-focused hiring initiatives, described campus committees, in their own words, selecting applicants through explicitly ideological lenses. He provides examples, one committee reviewing applicants for professor of freshwater biology, who selected finalists based upon a weighted rubric of 67% research and 33% contribution to DEI. For research in astrophysics, he continues quoting from the report, the DEI statement was given equal weight to the research and teaching statements. And it was interesting of AUTA to mention Harvard, because their president recently affirmed that calls for the genocide of Jews does not violate their institution's policies unless that speech becomes action. Since then, she's been exposed for plagiarizing her PhD dissertation, parts of it. So I understand that Trustee Ross has defined equity to mean providing students the tools they need to succeed. And I want to see that. I 100% support that. And if that was the end of it, if that's all that this was, we wouldn't have this conversation right now. We would not be having this conversation today. So, I absolutely agree students should receive specialized assistance depending on their unique situation as individuals, not just based on whatever identity politics group we can lump them into. So I'm absolutely committed to helping shape this environment wherein each student can succeed, just as teachers and administrators in the districts are, and they were before the adoption of the statement last year. And the definition of equity that I've heard a lot tonight is incomplete. Vice President Harris described equity as giving people the resources and the support they need so that everyone can be on equal footing, then compete on equal footing. Equitable treatment means we all end up in the same place. As Friedrich Hayek once wrote, there's all the difference in the world between treating people equally and attempting to make them equal. While the first is the condition of a free society, the second means, as de Tocqueville described it, a new form of servitude. And none of us want to end up in the same place, right? We want to give each student the opportunity to achieve their potential according to where they want to take their education. And that's why I brought this before the board. We see so many issues with these DEI statements across the country where it does lead to direct discrimination, where it leads to people who work hard not having opportunities because of immutable characteristics that they cannot control. And I don't want to see that happen in our district. I don't want this to be a stepping stone towards bringing discriminatory hiring practices in. I want us to be able to evaluate every new employee on the merits of their position. And maybe it could include, are they able to help engage with our Latino community? But so this, okay, excuse me, I absolutely want to make sure that we're bringing the best people in for the job, and not because they're committed to ideology that, as I've just described a number of examples, and there are many, many more, where we see blatant discrimination in hiring practices at universities across the country. And we are seeing access and we're seeing opportunities cut at public schools across the country in the name of DEI, because it's a lot easier to lower standards and call it equity than it is to try to help people achieve higher and achieve more. So, I did say that a free society isn't equitable and an equitable society isn't free, and I stand by that. And quite frankly, I'll reiterate it again too. My only oath as an elected member here is to defend the Constitution of the United States. And that Constitution is there to preserve the ideals in our Declaration of Independence, that all men are created equal and endowed by the Creator with certain inalienable rights. And no, we didn't always get it right. And hundreds of thousands of Americans have died trying to right that wrong over the years since then. And that is a statement that is worth working towards and still trying to promote every single day, that each individual has those natural rights. Rights don't belong to a group, they belong to an individual. And that is why I brought this before the board.
I just want to say that I think this is actually our time for questions, not for your justification of what you're doing. So I believe we're supposed to go into questions before you give us that explanation. And for someone who doesn't believe in global, you just used a lot of across the country global examples of what you're trying to make your point about. So if we could go back to questions, where we should start. I have a couple questions, and one actually was inspired from our members, and I really am grateful for that question. How does rescinding the DEI statement help our children, and where is that data?
So this is President Holt again. How does it help our children?
How does rescinding the DEI
Right.
statement help our children, and where is that data?
We are not going to move towards discriminatory hiring practices by bringing this in and repeating what we see happen at school districts throughout California and throughout the country, what we're seeing in universities, where I just provided instances where in the name of DEI and pursuing those goals, there are blatant discriminatory hiring practices.
And I'm sorry, our community, our district is doing that? Is that what you're saying? Are you claiming that our district is hiring based on discriminatory or indiscriminatory practices?
Trustee Ross, did I say that?
I'm just asking because I'm trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand where you're going with this. Have we hired? Has that been our issue in this community or in this district?
Trustee Ross, I think I made it fairly clear that this is to prevent that from happening, because this is happening throughout the country. And this is something that we should stop now.
Can I ask you another question? Because I was just at Sky Ridge where I was sitting with 3 fifth graders who didn't know how to read. And they had been passed through our system not knowing how to read. That Is that equity? Is that equality? Like, tell me, where are we going wrong here? Because we're not sitting down where we have equity. We're sitting down with these students and we're helping them. You told me that is it better to understand high school and math and science, or is it better to get a GED? And here we are just giving and handing our children a completion when they're not completed. Equity allows us to sit with those children and give them the education they need.
Trustee Ross, you don't need your definition of equity to achieve that.
That was not my
exactly what-
definition. I'm sorry. That was the definition I heard from our community.
Okay, so maybe that leads into some of this trouble where it appears that we've been talking past each other, because that word can end up meaning so many different things to so many different people, where it can be about the outcomes, inequality and outcomes, like the vice president described it. So that's not something that's necessarily worth striving towards. Everyone being able to read, meet the standards, and grow to their potential as a unique individual, absolutely. But not treating people as groups and members of a particular group.
I'm sorry, have we done that in our district?
I'm sorry, did we just last year adopt a statement saying that, you know, we're going to be supporting the principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion that, as I described and provided examples,
Yes,
we're
can you
seeing
provide-
this is discriminatory.
Can you please provide me an example of where this has discriminated? Where has the DEI statement discriminated? Where has that happened? In our past year, where have we seen discrimination based on our DEI statement?
Trustee Ross, I'm not claiming that we have in our district yet. What I'm saying is, and I provided examples, Trustee Ross.
I know,
There
but
are
I'm just looking for examples in
just
our
provided examples to you.
district. I'm looking for district in, excuse me,
Okay, so there's a
examples in
bad
our
idea.
district.
There's a bad idea that's been adopted by other people who they use the same ideology to promote bad ideas and to discriminate. And you're saying, oh, but it will be different here.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm asking you, because we're asking questions. When have you seen this DEI statement used to discriminate against someone? Because that is what you're claiming. I'm asking for an example or for data.
So Trustee Ross, I think you're having a problem hearing me. I
am.
haven't alleged.
I
have not alleged that people have been discriminated against in our district in the last year. And so, Trustee Ross, if I may, I'd go back to what I asked last year then, which was what racist or discriminatory policies were in this district prior to the adoption of this statement that this statement removed?
Just one data that I actually had to go find was that since this has been in our district, our SPED suspensions have gone down. That's data. And it's been since this DEI.
And you can point to how this directly made that happen.
I can point to how, since we've had this, things have improved. I'm not telling you A plus B equals C. That's not what you asked me. You said, how has this shown? I'm telling you, since this has come, there has been several things that have happened in our country. Excuse me, in our community. Within the past 3 weeks, things have changed. All of a sudden, people feel like they can use words that they weren't using within the past 3 weeks. My son was called Blackie. He was called the N-word at school because you gave people permission. This DEI statement says we're not going to tolerate that. We're not going to take that. Now I have to sit down with my child and explain why someone was okay to call him the N-word. Would you have to sit down with your child and explain that?
Trustee Ross, is racism and discrimination already illegal? Or in our practices? Was it illegal prior to bringing the statement in?
Have I heard anything like this prior to when you brought up this DEI problem?
And Trustee Ross, did I explicitly tell people, or did I even imply that it was now okay to use racial slurs with first graders?
No, you called our teachers liars and proved that it was okay to make your point louder than everybody else because you're president.
Well, Trustee Ross, we're not talking about the water right now, or false claims that were made about that water.
This is not about the water. This is about behavior. Our PBIS says that we shall be safe, responsible, and respectful. I don't see that happening. You're giving permission to people to act a certain way. Our children. So we're still in questions. I go back to my question. Does your daughter ever come home and say, why did this kid call me the N-word?
Trustee Ross, I'm not talking about my daughter
That's
or my
fine.
children.
I am,
But
because this affects my child. That's my point. This affects my child.
And
This
Trustee Ross,
DE statement,
removing the statement does not give people license to be rude or to be terrible people. It
It-
doesn't do that.
I go back to my original question. How does rescinding the DEI statement help our children? How does it help? How does it help our community? And that is my question I'd like you to answer.
Well, Trustee Ross, for fear of sounding like a broken record, this is going to help move us in the correct direction, move away from something that has been shown. This DEI, these areas have been shown to promote discriminatory hiring practices, removing opportunities to education, removing access to higher education. And, as far as how, hiring practices, that sort of thing, how will that affect us? Well, that would certainly impact the level of teachers we bring in if we are going to continue to move down this road and start maybe trying to weigh an equity statement equal to other achievements as a teacher.
I'm sorry, maybe
That's-
we need a survey then to our teachers, asking them how they feel about the DEI statement. Maybe that survey should be done. Maybe we should hold up on this vote and do a poll and see what our community and our teachers say about this. Thank you. I make a motion.
I still have a, if you guys are done, I'd like to jump in. I got a few thoughts on this as well. I too have received lots of emails on this, like everybody else, and listened to all the comments on this. And it's maybe not so much tonight in this room, but as far as all the emails and the ones that I've been speaking to, this is a very divided topic. It really is. And one of the things that, I've set forth out when I ran for the position is to keep all political ideology, and those types of barriers out of our schools. It's very clear DEI is a political issue. Whether you believe it or not, it is a political issue, because I can probably guarantee the ones that are for the DEI right now, is probably on one side of the political party than the ones that are not the political party. All right. I'm speaking here. So,
And Trustee Wedge, let's keep it on the issue at
Correct.
hand.
So I was trying to get somewhere with that. And another thing that I'm hearing tonight, President Holt touched on this as well. By removing the DI statement, isn't taking anything away, isn't eliminating any programs. Okay. It is not taking any of that stuff away in our district whatsoever at all. And I really believe, we can come together as a community, and I think, first, I don't think this DI has a place in the DI statement has a place in our schools, but a lot what people talked about tonight, what they stand for, what they want for our schools. I agree with that. I do agree with that. And we will be, talking about our mission statement, coming up later. And I think we can probably come together on this, and we can incorporate some of what we all believe collectively in this community. And we don't need two different statements. We have one mission, and we should only have one mission for our district. So that's where my thoughts are.
Question, just a question. Does political barriers include asking people to join the CPU?
You know, we're not here to discuss, that because the CTA,
Asking what you said.
because
You
the
said this.
CTA is clearly a political organization itself. Okay, and that is very clear. Okay. So we're not here to talk about the CPU or the CTA tonight. We're here to talk about the DI. That's what's on the agenda.
I'd love to get Renee, Clerk Grisby's.
This is President Holt. Are there further questions or discussion on this time? And Trustee Ross, you'd start to make a motion.
I thought, oh. I make a motion to keep our DEI statement in exactly where it is on our website and in our board policy.
I'll second.
Please, come on, Renee.
And just for a point of clarification too, because I heard some people about how the motions work, there can be up to 3 motions on the table at any given time. So then you vote in the order of precedence, the most recent motion, and work your way back. So with that, I move that we rescind the diversity, inclusion, and equity statement.
I will second that with a, let's see, I can add something to that with a,
Friendly amendment.
with a friendly amendment. I will second to remove the DEI statement. And with the friendly amendment is, as we go through our mission statement, some of these core values that we all can agree with as a board and a community will be incorporated in the mission statement.
Just on this President Holt, just on a technical piece, I think that's kind of, since that's already on the agenda, at least the discussion for the mission statement.
Fair enough.
So I think that's certainly something we can discuss, but I don't know that that directly relates to just this agenda item itself.
So where do we stand on that then?
So then I would be waiting for you to second just the motion that was to rescind the DIE statement.
And I will make a motion to second the DI statement.
This is Trustee Brickler, and I would like to discuss this a little bit further. I've been really quiet during this discussion because I'm just stunned that we are dedicating so much of our time to trying to dismantle something that that is very fundamental. It seems this is just kind of a given in our society that we are doing what we can to meet students where they're at, provide what they need, and work towards their successful life and to prepare them to be productive members of society. And that's how I see this statement. That's the intent behind it. And if we can't convince you, you've heard so much comment from the community that we rarely have this level of community participation in our meetings. And it seems like nothing that anyone says can sway you. So if none of this is meaningful to you, I mean, I thought you could at least maybe see it from the perspective of a business standpoint, that when we come out, or I'm not going to say we, when the board comes out and rescinds a statement such as this, it makes people less likely to want to enroll their students in our district. So we're very concerned about our finances, and this is sending the wrong sort of message, which is going to cause more staff and students to leave the district. So I just want you to consider that when I understand you have like this very specific ideology. You're concerned about potential discriminatory hiring practices. And I understand your point, although I disagree. And I don't think this is leading us down a road of not holding students accountable and not prioritizing a quality education. I know that's something that you really care about, that we all really care about, is providing differentiated opportunities for students so that if you need help learning to read, you get extra support. If you're an advanced learner, you are challenged in your class. And so I was kind of hoping that we could find our common ground there about some of the things that we prioritize and leave this statement as is. I mean, I can say personally as a student, I benefited from this sort of approach. I benefited from having supports for school lunches and having so many opportunities made available to me and so many teachers willing to support me in a variety of ways. So if you can't see it from a financial perspective, I hope you can see it through the lens of your personal experience and how educators have helped you to be the person you are today.
Thank you, Trustee Brickler. This is President Holt again. And I certainly do consider all the work that the educators did to help me on my path, including me getting myself out of certain advanced classes because I wasn't ready for them, and encouraging me to by failing me a couple of times. But my experience though was certainly not impacted by this statement when I was coming up through school. And I don't believe yours was either. This wasn't something, diversity, inclusion, and equity hadn't become yet a dogmatic sort of statement that everyone was expected to pick up and adopt, like it is now. So I certainly appreciate your concerns, and I do hope we can continue to work together to provide those individual opportunities and work with students where they are and provide that individualized support that everybody needs as an individual. That's certainly my intention.
So although perhaps a DIE, DEI, so we have it in the opposite direction on this, even though an equity statement may not have been something that was a practice when I was in school in the 80s and 90s, I think that it's a recognition of all that's been learned through decades of educator experience. So even if we didn't have the specific sort of language as students, we finally come to the realization that this is putting into writing the practices that we know work to support students. So while the statement may be new, these are old concepts that we've all benefited from. So I hope that the board will consider the effects that rescinding this sort of statement will have on the way that families perceive our district. I think it will it is an embarrassment to our district to rescind this statement. And I would expect a drop in enrollment, which is a drop in revenue, which furthers our financial challenges if we are to rescind this statement. So that is not a path I'm willing to go down. I support the statement. I want to keep it in place. And I think at the moment, we still have your motion, or your motion is on the table still. Are there other comments or?
Is there an additional motion? Seeing none. All right. The current motion on the table is to rescind the diversity, inclusion, and equity statement. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed?
Nay.
the motion fails. And then even though we don't really need to at this point, but moving to trustee Ross's motion to keep the statement as it is. All those in favor
Aye.
and those opposed? Nay.
Nay.
All right. Moving to item 13A, the superintendent search for info and discussion. I think we can keep moving. So.
Aye. It's not about.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. Okay, let's take a 5-minute recess then. So it is 10:25. We'll take or excuse me, 10:26. Let's round up to 27 and return at 10:32. info and discussion about the superintendent search.
Historically, AUSD has hired a consulting firm for superintendent searches. They begin work in August or September with several meetings held for community input before finalizing an advertising brochure. The board will give direction on how they wish to proceed.
My toes are frozen.
So discussing the superintendent search, as it's described here in the agenda, historically AUSD has hired a consulting firm for superintendent searches. They typically begin work in August or September and hold several meetings with the community to receive input before finalizing or advertising, before finalizing advertising brochure. So just down at the California School Board Association meeting, CSBA, and some of what we heard down there was, that these searches do tend to start summer, fall. So that's something we could be looking at. Does anybody else have input on that right now?
This is Trustee Brickler. One comment that I wanted to make is that there are a variety of different ways that districts search for superintendents. I think last time we utilized, so I'm trying to think of when this would have been, maybe 2019 or 2018 or so, we utilized a consulting firm. And there's typically a hefty price tag. $25,000 is a figure that comes to mind, but don't quote me on that. But then there's a variety of other approaches, such as working with your county office of education, which could potentially be less expensive. And some districts will even put a position posted on EdJoin or, some other kind of like employment websites, and then like promote it within different networks to get the word out. So I would like to see us find a cost-effective and kind of simplified process. I don't know that we need the full, I want to hear from the community. One of the components is understanding what sort of characteristics the community would want to see in a leader. But I'm hoping that there would be a streamlined and kind of less expensive way to go about this work. And I'm happy, I think there could be a role for the board to help support the process.
Trustee Ross, I do know that Placer County Office of Education will also help us out. I know we've discussed that. I also want to say that for this type of role, experience is really, really crucial. And when we try to look outside of our community to gain someone who has experience, we may need a higher pay structure. So then our other option would be to go local, and someone who knows our community, knows our schools, has been in our schools, or has been in our community long enough to know what our community needs. And that's not going to require a lot of hefty searching, right? Because we're looking within our own community. So that shouldn't cost too much. As much more word of mouth than anything.
Clerk Grigsby, I actually reached out to the interim superintendent up in Black Oak Mine Unified School District. They put him in position, I believe it was August or September, and he informed me that basically he is the county decided, or the district decided to go through EDCO, so El Dorado County Office of Education, and I do believe that they're announcing their decision tonight. I was kind of surprised by that because like Auburn Georgetown community divide is a very special area and very particular. So I actually do agree with that on the more localized, it would be nice. What if we could almost, especially if we do get our opinions on this, what if we I don't know, maybe said what our opinion was, who or what, how we wanted to do it, and then reach out as a last resort to PCOE. I mean, maybe to approve our choice. Would that be something that they might appreciate? Like, would that change the cost from them any? I mean, is it?
I think they help out and it's
I
either not
feel-
expensive to us or they do help to pay for the search. They have an investment in our superintendent, so I know they help us to the best of their
Yeah, and
abilities.
but I do remember, I feel like, and I should have it here. I feel like he emphasized that it was they hired the county Office of Education. So I mean, especially for that, if it does have an emphasis on the dollar amount, I mean, the more we keep it towards zero, the better, honestly. I mean,
yeah.
So especially, I don't know, maybe localized community, if we know anybody that we're like, apply, go talk to Michelle about. I think that maybe.
I agree that I would like to learn more about what the County Office of Education could provide and what the cost would be and what kind of recommended process they would have. And I like the idea of it being more localized to our community.
So can we add that, Trustee Ross, can we add that as a request to look into PCOE and how they will attempt to help us find a superintendent and what that looks like timing wise and financially? I know we had discussed our interim superintendent's contract is up at the end of this school year, unfortunately. So figuring out how that process works, and if we do rehire her on, or do we have to open that up? Do we have to open the possibilities up and let people apply? Or can you just?
That, Grigsby, I agree, yes, especially if we do need to go through a special process. I mean, I know that I know I have my own opinion and I know what way I wouldn't mind it going. So especially for that, I mean, I agree.
So I think Trustee Ross, if you just try to condense that into a actionable request, we can add that when we get to the new request section.
Thank you.
And to your point, Trustee Ross, that after seeing the work that Interim Superintendent Michelle Lucia Garcia has done, I'm interested in having a conversation, not tonight, but another date, looking at what would that look like if we were to keep her on.
And do we still, because she is interim, Trustee Ross, excuse me, do we still need to open up the applications to allow people to apply? And then we decide on, at that point, is that what we have, what is the what do we need to do strategically?
Right. So it is President Holt. I don't believe we have to, but I don't think it hurts us to make sure that we have that question answered.
Thank you. I'll add that to my request.
Is there any other info or any other discussion on that one? Okay. Moving forward to item 13B. That's I came to this. I'll bring it up since I was the one who asked to put it on here. After opening my green folder and reading the old mission statement, that each child in the Auburn Union School District will think analytically, solve problems, work cooperatively, explore creatively, and master Common Core standards. No matter their ability and background, students will be challenged and engaged and obtain college and career readiness skills for a globally connected society. And that's that one spoke to me more about how we're actively helping with those core competencies. But yeah, I'm really not going to push it though right now. So so I understand where folks were coming from during that rebrand as well, and trying to make the district more attractive to other schools. But so I understand where that's coming from. And it looks like they kind of took the old mission statement and made it into also the vision statement, and then they took the vision statement and turned it into our other guiding principle. So I can see how that happened. But I'm not making any requests on it this time. So.
Thank you.
And is there any other discussion on that one? Okay, then moving forward to item 14A, board direction requests and update 1. Update on requests.
So request number 1 that requires an update, it would be that we would plan and host a district-wide event. I have not gotten to plan or work with the committee yet to really kind of figure out what kind of district-wide event we can bring, but that is still something that I will continue to work on for the board's request. The interim superintendent contract was added to the agenda as the board requested. Clarification on sports field availability was sent to the board via email as requested. And
Pardon me, on that item, could you just kind of remind us? I remember reading the email, but what the nature of that was? I think it was essentially that there wasn't staffing on the site.
Correct.
And so I don't know if it was seen as a kind of like a safety concern, or that there weren't eyes on the field to make it available.
Correct. Right. We don't have the staff.
Is that, I guess I'm just thinking about how that applies when we have, like, for example, when students or when community members are playing soccer on our fields, that's usually after hours, which is again a time, maybe there's a night custodian on staff or on site, but I would love to see the Rock Creek sports fields made available. I don't know if there would be a way for if staffing is the issue, if volunteers, I don't know if there's a role for volunteers in that.
Bless you.
I feel like we made a commitment that when Rock Creek was closed, that we would try to find beneficial uses for the site. And I know we have preschool programs that are operating there, and there's a grant proposal to utilize the garden for community use, and there's some ideas, but
and we have community partners out there too. We have law enforcement that does practices and drills, and we have another law enforcement agency that's working on providing a program to our students as well. And I'm not sure where we are with that. We discussed it. We walked the campus, but I don't know where we are there, Heather.
They're taking some general proposals to their board as well. It's
Perfect.
the Sheriff's Activity League.
Oh, great.
Clerk Grigsby, since the preschool is there, does that take away any opportunity for example, I was speaking with a William Jessup employee and mentioning to him that I thought that would be a great idea to bring a college campus up here. And especially if we were able to utilize Rock Creek campus for something like that, and just even Sierra College, is that a possibility with the preschool there? I mean, it might even benefit them if they're able to do child development classes. I believe I still have his business card.
There's CBO Leslie. I don't see of anything that would necessarily preclude it, depending on what they needed. I mean, they would have to, if they were interested, they can always like the Sheriff's Activity League, they kind of approached and, how would this work? And that was just kind of something that we discussed, like, hey, right now we have these early learning programs that are currently on site, is this going to be an impact? So, I don't think there would be anything necessarily that would allow future usage if they were interested.
Clerk Grigsby, would that be something that we would reach out to them, or would they come to open campus if you have plans, or would we, like I said, it was a 5-second conversation, but
typically what I've seen is the entity will, reach out to us if they know there's something available and they're interested. And then it becomes really a conversation of what really is available. And Superintendent Lucia Garcia had mentioned, typically they want to see the campus, see what's available. And then we can enter into discussions what works best for them as far as a use agreement, essentially.
Something along those lines, either Trustee Grigsby again, either Sierra College, Nevada County and Rockland may be a little too far for some. It may benefit having a nursing program up here.
Excuse me, Clerk Grigsby, not to interrupt you, but you're getting kind of into more of a new request. Then I think you're kind of moving away from what we were talking about with the field usage.
You're right.
Thanks.
Darn it. Okay, then next
Just put a
section.
pin in that. And in just a minute, we'll get to it.
Yeah, so just to wrap that up, I was wondering if the district would consider what would it take to make those fields available for sports teams? What would the, like, let's say it's I can't remember the acronym right now for the Auburn Youth Soccer League, but what would they need to provide, or what would need to be in place in order for those fields to be available?
Well, so sorry, CBO Leslie here again, and I think I've missed that doing that for most of this meeting. So in kind of as Superintendent Michelle Lucci Garcia had talked to was, the provision of staff, but it isn't necessarily just that, because that campus specifically has a lot of locked gates and access to. So typically we would have staff that would be there, and oftentimes it would be, we had a custodian at night, so gates were able to be left open. They would close them at night when they left, and we just simply don't have that staff. Another piece of it was, we knew that we were going to need to maintain fields to a certain extent, except for we're able to push them to a lower priority in order to push a little bit more priority into some of the other areas as well. So I think if we're looking at what would it take to make that available, it's going to be hiring additional staff.
Trustee Ross, I just actually wanted to verify because we did soccer at Auburn Elementary and they had been given a key to open the gate so that we could play soccer in the morning. And that was not a staff member at Auburn Elementary. That was a person at the soccer. So
They should
gave
not have
them
been given a key.
Okay, so then you need to.
Those who are not employees have to go through a completely different process in order to gain access, because those keys are actually typically master keys. So we've had this issue before with volunteers or other programs that are requesting keys to sites. So for example, we have like a Champions that is a site and they have a key for a room and they can't access other areas. So we have to actually work with them. If we were to check out a key, typically our process is you need to come, you need to check it out for that one thing. They have to sign disclosures. They have to, say they have liability up to thousands of dollars that we've talked about with keys, and then return it back. Or for other programs, check it out each day and then check it back in. So without staff there to kind of like monitor that becomes a little more difficult than just kind of like a free for all on the weekend. In addition to that, besides access, we would need to have additional staff to maintain the field. So now we're looking at irrigation fixes, everything else. And I don't know if you guys have already heard, but we're kind of short staffed in maintenance anyways, unable to find subs. We can't get people to work overtime on weekends for events or, usage. So we're still really struggling on that end. So I think it really we'd have to be, I guess, looking at a position that we would be willing to fund to some degree in order to address those things. So the programs that are currently on site, for example, at Rock Creek, they provide their own custodial. There's very minor maintenance if there is. Sometimes they take care of it in the agreements that they have for like Placer County Office of Education, and how they utilize it with their use agreements. Same thing with Sheriff's Activity League, should they decide to go into a longer term use agreement with us for areas of the Rock Creek site. They already know that they're going to be responsible for full custodial. They're going to be fiscally responsible for any maintenance issues. So it's a little bit of a different agreement than just kind of like, out using the field.
So if Placer County sheriffs wanted to use our field and they had signed that agreement, then they would have access to use that?
If that was part of the agreement, however, that's not part of their agreement.
Okay.
This is President.
And that would be a different area of discussion. And then we would have to talk about what those use fee looks like as part of the agreement.
Thank you.
This is President Holt. And Trustee Brickler, it's kind of got me thinking too, with AYSC, I guess, and now going to the CBO, but if AYSC was to offer to try to coordinate volunteers, because that's got to be several, at least a few hours a week maintenance on that field, especially during the soccer season. So if they were to try to provide volunteers, that's something I guess we'd have to negotiate or bargain with CSEA about. But is that something we could maybe suggest to folks who are asking about it? That, hey, if you've got volunteers willing and able to do it, work with the AYSC, have them make a proposal where they would include things like field maintenance for us, maybe cleaning up trash that is on the field after games on Saturdays, that sort of thing. Would that be a proposal that could go somewhere?
If they were able to have access, and, you know, even just for restrooms or even for placement of the portable restroom, for example, because that was one of the concerns. It's like, well, they place a portable restroom, so they shouldn't need it. But where they've always placed a portable restroom is inside the locked gates in a separate area. And that's been their typical placement. So there's a few different things, and I would say yes. However, I'd really want to look at how that is worded, because in the past we've allowed things like that. And then we've kind of ended up holding the bag when there's been inappropriate fixes made to irrigation, or the field not maintained appropriately, or it ends up falling back on staff. And so I would just want to make sure we looked at that holistically, so that we're not really just kind of taking on something else that's going to end up affecting district liability in the end.
Thank you. I'm not trying to negotiate something.
Yeah, no.
tonight.
But I mean, I'm always open to it. I mean, we've worked with the Auburn Youth Soccer District before. And I don't actually think it was Auburn Youth Soccer. I think it was like Little League, and they wanted to use the field, but they really wanted certain improvements on it. And so we were able to have that discussion, like, hey, we'd like to do X, X, and X. Would you be willing to waive our use fee if we were making these improvements to your property? And then after like a lengthy discussion of what would be used, who would be doing it, all the same liability discussions, we were able to come to that. So, I mean, there's always an option for that. It really needs to be specific, and, we want to make sure that the district's covered liability wise.
Well, thank you for expressing an openness to working with organizations and trying to figure out if they can provide more volunteers or more resources to make this feasible.
Okay, looks like there's no more discussion or anything else on that. So moving to the safety report for Skyridge.
So this, the request was to receive communication about the pickup and drop off procedures. And as you discussed a little bit earlier tonight, the pickup and drop off procedures were communicated to families by the principal who worked on them within her school community. And she pushed them out as part of a 2-week trial to see what would need to be revised, or, to make the drop off and pickup better. And so I'm waiting to hear at the end of that 2-week period how that went and what her revisions will be, if any.
Trustee Ross, I will say that I saw the video that was placed on by the Skyridge PTC, and it was really well put together, and I just really admired what they did with that. It's great. Maybe we can get one for Auburn Elementary.
That would be amazing. Jingles.
So moving on then to new requests. And that's, I had a request. I think this may have come up, but I don't remember offhand. And that's just an update on how many families or students took advantage of the bus passes and or the rideshare program that we recently picked up, at least to date. I don't know if I've got enough nods for it though.
Might be a little early for the ride share, but
Right.
at least opening the emails if we can see.
I don't know if it's appropriate. Sorry, this is CBO Leslie, but I actually just sent an email to Placer County Public Transportation Association on that. If you want, I could probably pull that up for you really quick.
Oh, especially if they have an answer already. That's a
Yeah, I just calculated it for him. I want to say into last week. So let me pull it up here really quick. And rideshare, I don't have an answer on. I don't know if I get rideshare. I know that they'd oh, you mean the Go Kid, right? The carpooling.
Yep.
Okay, so I did have something. They said that it was like low interaction, but they want to do a repush again after the Christmas break, thinking that, it just might be, I mean, all of us are a little bit crazy during the holiday season. So and I asked if anything had been initiated through them, because they won't be able to see future rides, but they can usually see if there's been a connection made. And they said to date there hadn't, but I want to say that was last week. So and it is fairly new. I think we pushed that out, 2 weeks ago or something like that. So let me see.
I think I still got an trustee Grisby. I think I still got an email even yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is good, because that means that there was another one and I can send that to Dad.
Like, we've got them
In my
everywhere.
immediate push, I got 8 emails of the same email. So just, they did an extra push.
Let me see if I've got this here where I sent it to Mike Costa.
While you're looking that up, is that okay if I ask for requests so that we can keep it moving?
Yes.
Because it's getting late. I have 3 requests.
Okay, well, I had your name already on there for these notes. So yes, okay, I'm ready.
Okay. For requests?
All of it.
Okay. My first request is the PCOE. What is the timeline that we need with PCOE? How much is it going to cost? And what's the application process if we were to look for a new superintendent? What does that look like? So timeline, finances, and application process. My next two requests.
Pardon me, wait, since we've been talking about whether or not the board can play a role in the recruitment, is that something that we could do and take that off of and not ask Michelle to do research on superintendent recruitment?
I would love to.
I don't know, is
I
that
don't
a
mind at
possibility
all.
if we're reaching out to PCOE to ask about?
Or either send the president or I can
Options.
do it. Okay.
Okay, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think that we'd end up having to put another agenda item on to make like maybe a committee for that and and all that. So
Okay.
if the interim
Sorry, keep going.
Great. So that's not too much. My second request is, I'm very curious on a potential exit exam for our parents. If students are leaving our district, I'm curious to know why. So I'd love to look into and request, what does an exit exam for our parents look like? So we can get a better of understanding of why families are leaving our district. So I know it was talked about previously when Trustee Wedge had mentioned he kind of was really interested in figuring out that information as well. So I just want to circle back to that because we're approaching some really big changes. And I would love to see why, if hopefully we don't lose, but if we're losing students, why? So that'd be my second request.
So is that what the board would like us to do? Okay. I just want to say that might be complicated to make happen, right? Because people leave over the summer or they may not be willing, but we can look into what that would look like.
Well, and of course, it's not up to us to, I mean, whether they reply or not is up to them.
Yes.
So I understand that as well. But if we
Okay,
could get
thank you.
any information, it would be great. So that'd be my second request. My third request is I keep hearing about our lack of maintenance or lack of time that maintenance has. And I'm very curious how that is going to affect our transfer from TK to 8th grade. How is this lack of maintenance or not having enough maintenance going to affect that move? That is a very sincere.
I can answer that now.
Okay.
It's the same amount of sites.
Right, but we're moving a lot of stuff.
Oh, yes. Well, I mean, it would be kind of the same as, so during the transition itself. So that wouldn't be like lack of maintenance or regular maintenance. That would be kind of like, how do we perform this essentially? So the scope really depends on how many teachers or how many staff or what we're moving back and forth, what that really equates to. But we'd engage in a very similar process as we did with the school consolidations. So we would actually figure out who's going to be moving, and then we would likely contract with a moving company and then coordinate the moves from there. So we would have, we would contract out, have somebody come in, do the big parts of the moves, and then we would have to tidy up.
That's understandable. But we're also looking at, like at EVK, making bathrooms accessible for kindergartners. We're looking at possible playground procedures. I mean, this is going to take, it's HVACs, like all of that stuff has to be taken into consideration. So it's not just the move itself, it's all the little pieces and kind of watching what's happening in our kindergarten class and what's going there. I'm a little bit concerned with our time and how much time our maintenance has.
Well, it wouldn't be maintenance that would be doing that because those would be capital improvements. So obviously with our maintenance staff, we have very few. We have custodians that wouldn't be considered, we do have maintenance custodians, but that wouldn't necessarily be this quote unquote skilled workforce that we would have to maybe put in some smaller restrooms or install a playground. So like we talked about, that is a capital project. Okay. So I've actually already started undertaking some of that. So we already are in contact with, like I said, after day one, the dominoes start falling. So we've already been out to sites with the architect and a possible contractor to look at playground placements in addition to trying to weave those in with some of the shade structures like we talked about originally. So all of those same pieces that we discussed before would be capital projects, just like we had previously talked about. So those wouldn't necessarily be maintenance themselves. So really the biggest impact for maintenance would be like, what does this look like for maintenance on a day-to-day basis after the transition? And because we have the same amount of sites and approximately the same need, with of course E.B. Kane being a site that may hold more students or may have more square footage, that really just factors into the staffing calculation. And so far it looks like we're about even to where we were before. As far as the mold remediation and some of the reconstruction, I mean, that's kind of a different animal in itself. Again, maintenance didn't undertake that themselves either, that we had a contractor come in and we have a separate testing firm that comes in to do that. They don't do that work themselves, especially for any kind of, again, like remediation and air testing and things like that. And again, as I always say with, I've been in this field for almost 26 years and I've never seen a construction project that's gone exactly how you line it out. And I think, Trustee Wedge can probably agree with me on that. But, to the fact of, where we're at with it. I mean, I'm not surprised. This is something that we started working on when we had it first brought to our attention, which was actually brought to everyone's attention at the beginning of the school year.
Well,
When we requested, no, I don't have any record of that, but I do have record of it coming in, I want to say August, right out of the way. Thank you for not interrupting me. So, as I said, we have that on record as coming in. I want to say it was August, right when school was coming back in. And the concern originally was the flooding that had happened. That something that had precluded to this issue. So as we began working on it, what I'd said is this is going to cause, a impact to the classroom. This is something that may have to wait until we get closer to like a summer break. That did not seem to be tolerable to everybody. So we tried to move it to the first break that we could. So the fact that more was discovered and we were able to take that a little bit further, in my opinion, is actually great because it would have been detrimental, in my opinion, to rebuild and then have to go back in and re-tear and then tear out more. So, I mean, it is not an ideal situation. Absolutely not. I know some of the site decisions that were made were not maybe the best, but as far as the construction goes, it's not an ideal situation no matter what. So the two options really were, do we go for it now and do the best we can with it? Or do we try to wait until a longer break? And
can you
obviously
explain
like
to
that.
us the process? Because you mentioned like making sure the air was safe, and
Mhm.
that made me a little bit worried because we do have kindergartners in there. So can
Oh,
you
yeah.
tell me what the process is of how that looks? I can ask that as a request and you can
But,
send it.
I mean,
to
I can tell you guys
mean,
now if you're interested. I will leave that up to the president, but any work that goes through like that, when you have anything, as soon as you mention the word mold, whether it be, a more concerning or dangerous mold or regular molds, which is typically what we undertake. Very rarely will you run into a dangerous mold, as they classify it. So because that was even a part of the process, that's why it was typically they'll go in, they'll tape everything off. So you'll see big plastic sheetings and things like that, people going in and out of them if they're working in that area. Once they have everything opened, they remediate. And then what they do is they do an air scrub to make sure that they have any contaminants from pulling stuff off walls or whatever out of it. And then they do a sample testing. The concern was, as we did the sample air testing, it was still coming back with even a lower hit. And that's where the concern came of where we have additional. So that's why the air scrubbing and the testing happens before plastic sheeting came down and before they were allowed back in the classroom.
okay, so once they were allowed back in the classroom, it was because we had cleared air signals.
Correct.
And so as far as now, it's just getting it back to the shape that was in so that we
Correct.
have an environment these kids can thrive in.
Right. So
And
is the
the
situation
process
ideal, but
now-
if the wall's closed up.
When should it be
cameras are-
finished and a whiteboard?
Well,
done up?
originally the tackable surface I knew was going to be, and we knew was going to be kind of a delay if we were going to be doing that. So right now we're kind of working in between, and it is frustrating because we're having to dip in, when classes aren't there to, keep it going.
Yeah.
Because it is my understanding, and I could be incorrect on this, that the area that the whiteboard is going to go is pretty much where the work happened. I think that's why we continue to hear about a whiteboard situation.
Mhm.
So I would hate to put it on and then have to keep taking it off, put it on, keep taking it off. So I understand why that hasn't been fully reinstalled. And I understand that there might be some issues with the current whiteboard. So it's my understanding that a new whiteboard will be provided. And then once it's ready for installation, that's when it goes back on.
Do you know when that is?
I know they have contractors. If I remember from the last email that I got, they had contractors coming in and we were hoping to wrap up after Christmas, right through Christmas break. So after Christmas break.
after, so they'll come back and it'll be on or no?
That
You
is
don't
my
know.
hope.
If we
If
could
the
just
painter gets
request-
COVID or something weird, I mean, I can't.
I'm just gonna keep requesting updates so that
Right.
we can all be on the same page.
Well, and I mean, I think we can update to a certain point, but I don't know that it's not typically customary we would do for, which it is a big impact for that classroom, but it really is considered in the construction world, minor construction, that we would be doing continual like daily updates. So if there's anything major, I'm sure the board will hear, or Superintendent Lucci Garcia can send out updates as needed. But it's probably gonna be like a daily update, but
Yeah, we don't need
okay.
a daily update. I just want to make sure that those kids are in the best learning environment they can be in. That's it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And then I had the Go Kid stuff up and then I lost it.
Do you have the bus stuff up too?
Yes, I do. So this was as of Monday morning. So if anything's changed since Monday morning, I do not have that. So what we had so far, we had 17 students using the bus passes and intermittently. And the reason why I say intermittently is because there are a few students that I see have returned to get additional passes because they're only good for so many rides, and some that haven't. So that leads me to believe they have the pass and maybe they've used them occasionally or haven't. And so how often that is, I wouldn't be able to say. I just know that we have 17 students total that have received city passes and some have received numerous ones. As far as county passes, we have 35 students that have been issued county passes, but we only have 5 students that are regularly getting funds reloaded on them, which means that they're going through the amount that's allocated on those cards. I want to say it's a certain dollar amount basically to get you through, like, I want to say like 30-ish rides or so. But we do have 5 students that they regularly requested funds to be reloaded on the card.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And those funds supply students and a parent to go, or just students?
Just students.
So the parents that I see getting off the bus are paying for their own ticket, and then the student's ticket is paid for.
Yes, because we paid for that out of supplemental and concentration funding. Again, as thoroughly discussed, we can't, we're very bound to what those funds go to. And so they go directly to students. We wouldn't be able to fund parents.
I'd be curious to know what the absenteeism rate is for students that may not have transportation.
I don't know how we'd find that. Specifically, we'd have to find that specific student that would say that they didn't have transportation and track them individually. But I can say that our average daily attendance has gone up quite a bit.
Right.
Not, jarringly back to 96% ranges, but going from 89 to 91, we're edging a little bit closer up to 92 now this year.
Great. All right. It's President Holt again. Are there any additional new requests?
Yes. I have 4. First, so we have this current school year's calendar, and I'm wondering what the status of the calendar committee is. One request I'm hearing from the community is that there's a desire for our schedule to be aligned with that of the high school. For example, our students are going through this Friday, and most schools in the area, elementary through high school, are attending school next week. So just for families with students at multiple sites, it would be so helpful. So but I know there's a lot of consideration that goes into that calendar committee.
Sorry, what's the request then?
Well, I'm wondering, I haven't seen a copy or a draft of future calendars. Currently, we just have this school year, and typically we're working with at least like one extra year out. Has been my experience, because people want to plan like spring break next year, or like it's just very helpful for families to plan weddings and whatever they have to plan around the school calendar. So I don't know where we are. So I'm asking, where are we in the process? And could we consider aligning with other schools? I'm sure that's one of the considerations the committee.
And are you okay with the response by email?
Sure. Okay. Looks like this interim superintendent wanted to make a comment.
Oh.
Okay. Okay. Number 2, I'm requesting, this is based on a lot of community feedback, a gradual implementation of TK8 in 24-25. What I would love to see is if, since we are proceeding with TK8, is that there would be a focus on adding 6th grade to the 2 existing elementary school programs for next year, because that's a natural, you're allowing the fifth graders to be retained at that site and start sixth grade. I anticipate from what I'm hearing from families that they are desperate to keep their students that will be in seventh and eighth grade at E.V. Kane because they do not want to send them back to their elementary school programs. And those students have a strong desire to stay at Kane. Again, this is anecdotal. I don't have survey results. Part of the concern is that if you have this group of students that are trying to stay at Kane because they want to finish their middle school years out there, that we could be operating very small seventh and eighth grade programs at Skyridge and Auburn L, which wouldn't be cost effective. And I would like to understand from Kane parents where they stand, because I'm hearing from the community, but I haven't heard from it's anecdotal. I don't know how many parents share that thinking that they would prefer to have their students stay there.
Would that be something that you guys would be comfortable getting response in email? Because we have a lot of historical information about those discussions in prior committees too.
Could you elaborate what
Throughout the budget committee and the fiscal recovery implementation planning committee and also at a board level as to why that would be concerning?
Again, I'm sorry, I'm not following what data we already have that I could refer back to that would help answer this question.
Oh, it was like, so the discussions in the committee meetings,
Mhm.
like if we were to go TK, so originally with the budget committee,
Mhm.
what that would look like, how we might want to go about that, and why the, recommendations were made that they were, and then also during the fiscal recovery implementation planning committee meetings, that was brought up numerous times, and what that would look like and what the impacts would be either to our current sites or fiscally. And that's why ultimately that wasn't an option that they went forward with. So I'm just happy to bring that information forward. I can set it out to everybody.
So trustee Prickler, I think if your request is that we do that, that's something that we would have to bring to a vote. So
Yes.
let's put it on info and discussion. We'd have to then bring it to a vote. If you're just asking for the information at this point, then
Okay.
you did that email.
Programmatically, this is what makes the most sense to me. I know it's already been voted to go TK8 immediately next year. I just anticipate that there will be problems with the way that students are kind of allocated across our schools. And so, yes, I will ask that we bring this to a vote if that's the best course of action.
Well, we could bring it to info and discussion first, and then we could move it to action in the following month then.
Okay.
If there's a desire to do so. But if that's something you want to discuss again, sure, let's put it on the agenda as a info and discussion.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you had two more.
Okay, let's see. So we've received a grant from the Placer Community Foundation to conduct an additional appraisal. And they've been kind enough to offer us actually two grants to appraise both the Kemper Road property as well as the Sherland Tract property. The work has already been completed for Sherland Tract, and we received guidance from council about whether or not those the appraisal would be made public, and I would like to revisit that issue. It's my desire that the appraisal be made public. So I don't know if that needs to also may need to come to a vote. The logic is that currently what is publicly available is a very low appraisal, and I don't want that to be the only information that the public has regarding the appraised value of the property.
Yeah.
The board also has not seen the revised, the second appraisal. So I'm also asking that to be shared with the board. I haven't seen it either. I just know that it was completed.
This President Holt, I trust that it will be coming to us.
Okay.
Right. So.
I was going to say President Ross, sorry. Trustee Ross, is that something that has to be done in a special? Is it
Close.
really 11:15?
Yeah.
A closed session? Or is that something we can bring out in our general session? Because it involves money.
We've had the appraisals, the past appraisals have been on our agenda. They've been made public, but then in the meantime, different legal guidance was received. So we have like a mix of approaches so far with our appraisals.
I may not have sent the email, but I thought I sent an email to the board letting you know that the appraisal will be put on a future agenda because we have received it and that is something that will be a future agenda item for the board to review.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you.
So that was one piece of it, but it was also, I'm asking that we make that information public. We revisit whether it makes strategic sense to keep it private.
Or if we could revisit and have the conversation. I feel like I may have not seen an email from council on that. Maybe that was my oversight, but I don't recall seeing something saying we needed to keep it private.
Oh, yeah, that was back
Let me see if I
beginning
can
of the
find it.
year or.
We
Yeah.
can revisit after this
Yeah,
meeting.
yeah.
At 11.
I can forward that to you, to the
Okay,
board.
thanks.
So why don't I forward that to the board? And then
And then
via
let's
email.
follow up on that then.
Currently, right now, it is under legal, so it's considered client privilege. So I think when it's brought to you guys in closed session, I think that's when you guys can make the determination on how you want to move forward.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Easy.
Okay, and last one, I know it's very late. I mentioned this in my comments earlier, is that people are very eager to learn about the proposed attendance boundary changes. And so I've heard from the interim superintendent, we would receive that information as part of the January board packet. What I was asking is, often with certain documents we will have like a public comment period, or we'll release something so that it can be reviewed by the community. And I was hoping that as soon as those materials are available, we could put them out in that kind of context as proposed, and give people the opportunity to comment, rather than waiting for Friday release and then a board meeting on Wednesday. I would like to provide the information as soon as we can.
I just want to remind the board that our first board meeting in January is the 10th, which is 8 days after we are back from break. Granted, we work over the break. However, if you take into consideration, we are contracting the work out. They did assure us that they would have it ready by that meeting. They will present the information. There's no guarantee that I'm going to get it earlier than our posting date. If you really consider we come back and we post that same week. So I just want to let all the board take that into consideration.
Also, isn't the presentation that they are planning on giving us, that's not the finalized borders. We still have to vote on it,
You still have
correct?
to vote, correct? Yes, because
So especially if we do show it to the community, they may get the wrong impression and believe that that's finalized. There is no ifs, ands, ors, no transfers, no nothings. I personally think that we should wait until the board meeting.
You think it might be misunderstood?
Yeah, I really do.
Or just, this present, or just release it with the, when we release the agenda.
Yeah.
So we can clarify.
I think there's been some confusion because there was a visual that made it appear that, like internally it was being reviewed in early November and it was going to come to our meeting tonight. And
Sure.
so that's where I'm trying to, when we saw that at the November board meeting, it gave me and others in the community the impression that it was already available. And so part of what I guess I'm asking is, where are we in that process? It seems like those deadlines didn't happen as anticipated.
So you're referring to the Gantt chart, and I know that we had an email about this already. I'll just clarify what was in that email thread. I did go back to review the board meeting because I wanted to make sure that what I said was accurate. And so what I said in that board meeting was that we would bring those boundary changes to the board in January, that we would get the work done and bring that in January. So Heather did make sure she had a meeting with the, as it's a company, agency, contractors.
Demographers.
The demographers, there's the word. And they did assure us that they would have the work done and ready to go for the January board meeting.
And CBO Leslie, again, if I could, and this is the danger that we have when we make these estimated type timelines. So what staff was originally directed to do, Superintendent Lucci Garcia, and what I tried to assist with in some of those areas was, what could this look like? What might this process look like if we go down this road? So it becomes, a lot of, and this is where it's hard, because if you just pull, and this is what's very difficult when we have these attachments without the current presentations, without the explanations, is, again, this is an estimate of what this will look like. This is an estimate of what this is what we're anticipating our project will look like. And just the actual functionality, sometimes, I mean, you try to get those as close as you can, but, thankfully we're still able to get those in as soon as possible in the January meeting, which is fantastic. So, and I think that's where some of that gets lost when you're just looking at the hard copy, is everything in that presentation is, what might this look like? So that was our best estimations at the time.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
So I just want to make sure that I have all of the requests, and that, we have recorded this accurately. I will work with PCOE to see if they can assist in the superintendent search and what that looks like, the application process and such. We will look into an exit. I think the term was exam, but I think it's like an exit survey for parents. At 11 o'clock at night, it's the exit something, right? Like a demographer.
And I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Um,
I thought that the principals had typically, like, if a family were to come to you and say, I'm planning to pull my kids out, that they typically hold a meeting. I think the practice is that
Correct.
they'll offer a meeting. The family may or may not take it. So
Correct.
I think it's almost that's the mechanism at the moment where they might get that information.
Correct. That is the process we have in place.
Sorry.
No,
Didn't mean
it's
to get you
fine.
off track.
So to that point, how would this information be best given to the board? Would you like an email update on that we are following this process? How many, returns we get, that type of thing? Would you just like to know that we have a process in place? And would that be a discussion or an email?
Trustee Ross, I would love to know what the process is. And I would love to know what the impact is. So what has already been said or what information has been given, if we can have access to that information of why families are leaving, that would be great. So any information we have on that, I'd love to know. And then I'd love to see what that process is. I know Ms. Brickler mentioned it a little bit, but I'd love to hear that further. And how many parents are actually taking that exit or talking about it would be nice.
Okay.
And email's fine, discussion's fine, whatever's
Okay.
easy.
Okay. We'll start with email and then we'll move, if the board chooses to move to discussion. You can let me know. Okay. And then discussion on how maintenance will be affected with the transition to TK8. And I know that Sylvia Leslie answered some of that question. Would the board still like that emailed, followed up on, or anything?
I think generally we're just
shaking?
eager to know what this is going to look like and how it's going to affect our schools and what we kind of need to do to change and alter our schools to be suitable for these students to approach. So, really, I am curious about maintenance, but I'm really curious what the plan is.
Well, Trustee Ross, this is President Holt. It sounds like that's the sort of thing that we're going to see develop over the next few months, right? As our site administrators and the district does that, and I'm sure that they will read us in on the process. I think
Beautiful.
it might be a little bit premature to ask for details that are still being worked out at this juncture.
At least some kind of timeline, right? I saw a little bit of a timeline, but like, when are we readjusting our toilets for kindergartners, or when are we looking at setting in the playground? So some kind of timeline that we can at least hold our district accountable to, so that everything can move as followed.
And just keeping in mind that big projects are typically done over summer, because then we can start them and have them completed, so we don't have disruption in services as we've discussed tonight. So that would be the typical timeline to get those major projects done.
And what are the major
inaccurate?
projects? Maybe that's a better question. What are the major projects that we need to look at? Not that it has to be answered right now because it's
okay.
11:30. Maybe it's an email. The major.
Well, I would just refer you to the last presentation, because that outlined projects that we were undertaking,
major.
including our discussion about shade structures. So.
Okay, and then there was a question about how a potential college would be able to, come onto our campus. And so I would assume that that would be an email of, this is the best process. Ride share, I know that Divya Leslie gave you some data on that. Did that suffice, or would you like that?
That answers
Okay.
my question.
Okay. Okay. What is the status of our, the calendar committee's work, the work that they're doing to develop the calendar, for next year? And I have, requesting a discussion, on gradual implementation of TK8 in 24-25 with the focus of adding sixth grade to current sites.
With the addition, I think, of, emailing us the notes on those previous discussions that have happened in previous committees and at the board level.
Okay. Thank you. And then the grant from Placer Foundation, we talked about that being on a future agenda item, but we will email forward what we've sent out, or we'll make sure we sent it out. So we'll either re-email it or we'll email it. And then request that the proposed boundary changes be issued to the public as soon as they are received.
I think on that one wasn't approved. We're looking at
Okay.
doing that with the board agenda.
Okay.
I don't know that I have.
That's
support
right.
For that.
That's right. Thank you. Okay.
We
did I miss
requested a
anything?
massage for the
Trustee
superintendent.
Webb
For
was nice
Yeah.
with the attendance boundaries.
I think we all are, but
Yeah.
Curious if my idea is close.
all right. So before we adjourn, then, are there any additional new requests? Okay, it is 11:29 and this meeting is adjourned.